Okay. DVC Kitonga. Sidi ameenda akatualeta. Okay.
Okay, so akija tunaalika Father Mundua aombe. Akishaomba tualike DVC Kitonga.
DVC huyu. Anafanya nini? Anasema kitu.
To make his remarks. Yeah. And then he will be the one to invite
welcome
DVC and invite to
this one.
Okay.
We are after the prayer we national meeting. Better to start like that. We will go more twice there.
That we can officially start the program. Please welcome. Welcome our guests. As they come in, you can give them a clap. Encourage them to walk over. Our DVC academic, our Vice Chancellor, and the keynote speaker of the day, please welcome and join us on the podium for this World Philosophy Day today, the International Philosophy Day hosted at Tangaza, Philosophy Symposium that we are hosting 2026 on 30th of January 2026. Let's give them a round of applause again as they take their seats. Please welcome. Welcome fathers and Dr. Kitonga. I would like to call upon our Reverend Dr. John Mundua to offer an opening prayer. Welcome.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit.
As it was in the beginning, now and ever shall be, world without end.
Almighty, ever-living God, we gather here today as seekers of truth and wisdom, which both come from you. Grant us clarity of mind, openness of heart, humility and patience to listen to each other's point of view, and a spirit of collaboration. May our discourse be guided by curiosity to learn, respect for one another, and pursuit of knowledge. As we explore the theme of education for peace in Africa in the digital age, we pray to you to grant us hearts and minds that are open to the transformative power of learning. May our discussions lead us to cultivate empathy, understanding, and compassion, so that we can build bridges and break down walls that stand as barriers among us, to foster the culture of fraternal dialogue and peace. May our discussion inspire us to be agents of change and promoters of justice, reconciliation, and harmony in every context in this world. Under the guidance, inspiration, and intercession of saints Thomas Aquinas and John Henry Newman, we make this prayer to you through Christ our Lord, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. In the name of the Father, Son, of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much, Father Mundua. I would like to request the media to help us with the anthem, our national anthem and the East African anthem, before we proceed. So may we please, yes, may we please stand up so that we can do that.
Before Kitonga comes, maybe you will call the speakers to come in for them.
Thank you very much. You can have your seats. It's now my pleasure to welcome all of us to the 5th International Philosophy Day Symposium, which we have faithfully held at Tangaza University on this day, 30th of January 2026. Our theme for this year is Education for Peace in Africa in the Digital Culture, a Philosophical Perspective. It's now my pleasure to invite Dr. Etriga, who is the Director, Institute of Philosophy, to be able to proceed from there. But I also want to request the paper presenters who have already come in, kindly use the left door to the podium to just join us here, so that when the keynote address is made, you are also part of this team. Welcome, Reverend Dr. Dennis Etriga.
The main speaker of today's event, the VC, the DVC academics, research and students live, the speakers of today, and all the symposiums present, live here and also online. Good morning to you all. I take this opportunity early to welcome all of you to this great event. And to continue in that welcoming aspect, it's now my honor to welcome the DVC Research, Academics and Students Live, Dr. Gitonga, to come and continue. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning once again. Yeah, the brothers and sisters there, I think you are meditating already, philosophizing. So, as you have been told, I'm Dr. Daniel Kitonga, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Student Affairs. Our esteemed keynote speaker, Reverend Dr. Patrick Divine, Tangaza University Vice Chancellor and Rector, Reverend Professor Patrick Mwanya. In absentia, Reverend Dr. Obiero Nicholas, Dean, School of Theology, Reverend Dr. Dennis Etriga, distinguished guests, colleagues, faculty, dear students and friends of Tangaza, brothers and sisters, you are welcome to this 5th International Philosophy Day Symposium. Today, as we gather to celebrate International Philosophy Day, we convene at a profound crossroads where Africa's timeless wisdom meets the urgency of our digital present. We are here not to discuss peace education as a curriculum, as a technical exercise, but we are here today to engage a philosophical question that defines our continent's future. Namely, can the digital age deepen Africa's humanistic vision, or will it fracture the very bonds of community that have long been Africa's foundation for peace? At the heart of these philosophical questions is something all of us here are aware of from the Nguni, Ubuntu. I am because we are. This African philosophy of personhood is rooted in a relationship, reciprocity, and shared responsibility. Peace is the active cultivation of harmony through restorative justice, communal accountability, and recognition that no one flourishes alone. No one flourishes alone. To date, statistics tell us more than 89% of Africans are connected through the digital space. Ironically, the digital connectivity can weaponize disinformation, reward outrage over dialogue, and embed individualistic values that erode African communal bonds. The digital space, if not properly checked, risks creating peace education for elites alone, leaving behind the rural communities where Ubuntu still breathes daily practice. Our symposium calls us to reimagine technology through African eyes. Our scholars will tell us what that means. For me, I don't know. They will tell us. And Dr. Puya asked them to come here. I have promised that I will be with you today. The other day we were with the scholars, we are talking about data governance and data sovereignty. So it calls us to design digital spaces that prioritize dialogue over debate. It also calls us to seek how digital literacy can become a practice of peace teaching, how to cultivate digital empathy, to counter hate narratives with love, and how to understand these digital platforms as means for ethical landscapes. As we begin this symposium, let us remember the words of a philosopher I recently read, Isaac Gurzev, who says that peace education's task is to articulate why we ought to commit to peace. The why demands we confront whether our digital futures will deepen interconnectedness or fracture it beyond repair. May our discussions today bear fruit for peace in Africa and beyond. It is now my humble pleasure to invite the Vice Chancellor and Rector, Tangaza University, Reverend Professor Patrick Mwanya, to offer his opening remarks and to officially open the 5th International Philosophy Day Symposium. Welcome, Father. Some claps, please. Yeah, thank you. Good.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kitonga. So to our keynote speaker for the day, Reverend Dr. Patrick Devine, who is also, by the way, a member of the University Council and the Deputy Chair of the University Council and also the Chair of the Corporate Affairs Committee of the Council. And we're very happy and delighted to have him here as our keynote speaker. The Director of the Department of Philosophy here, Reverend Dr. Etriga, all the lecturers and educators in our Institute of Philosophy, our dear students from Tangaza and affiliate institutes here present, and all those who have come, our guests, our dear participants. Good morning.
Good morning.
It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this 5th International Philosophy Day Symposium that has been organized by the Department of Philosophy of Tangaza University. On behalf of the university leadership, I thank the organizing committee, our invited speakers, and all participants for your commitment to philosophical inquiry and social transformation. We gather today here under a theme of great urgency and relevance: education for peace in Africa in the digital culture, a philosophical perspective. Africa stands at a critical moment in its history. While our continent is endowed with rich cultural traditions, intellectual heritage, and youthful creativity, it continues to face conflicts fueled by social inequality, political instability, religious misunderstanding, and increasingly the misuse of digital technologies. In such a context, peace cannot be understood merely as the absence of violence. Peace must be educated, it must be cultivated and sustained. This is where, in my view, philosophy plays a vital role. Philosophy equips us with the tools of critical thinking, ethical reflection, dialogue, and discernment. It challenges structures of domination, exposes manipulation, and promotes rational engagement across differences. An education grounded in philosophy is therefore essential for forming citizens capable of building peaceful societies. Our theme rightly situates peace education within digital culture. Digital technologies now shape how we learn, how we communicate, and interpret reality. They can foster dialogue and solidarity, but they can also spread misinformation, polarize communities, and normalize violence. The task before us is to ask, how can education for peace in Africa be reimagined in a digital age? How do we form ethically responsible digital citizens? How can African philosophical traditions such as communal responsibility, dialogue, and Ubuntu inform our engagement with the digital spaces? And how can the education resist the dehumanization or dehumanizing tendencies of technology while harnessing its potential for peace? At Tangaza University, we believe that higher education must serve the transformation of society. In fact, our motto is teaching minds, touching hearts, transforming lives. Everything must begin and end with transformation. Our commitment is to form not only skilled professionals, but ethically grounded and socially responsible persons. By hosting this symposium, our Department of Philosophy affirms that peace building in Africa requires philosophical depth, moral imagination, and educational vision. As we begin these deliberations, I encourage you to engage openly, critically, and creatively. May this symposium generate insights that extend beyond academic discourse and contribute meaningfully to peace, justice, and responsible digital culture in Africa. With these few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to officially declare the 5th International Philosophy Day Symposium open. Thank you, and I wish you fruitful discussions. So after now officially opening the symposium, it is my duty and honor to invite and welcome the keynote speaker for the day, Reverend Dr. Patrick Devine. Reverend Dr. Patrick Devine is a member of the Society of Missions, SMA, is a priest mentioned. Father Patrick has been involved and engaged in Tangaza Father Patrick has been involved and engaged in Tangaza University for the longest time, over almost 30 years. In fact, more than 30 years since the inception of the university, when it was a college, when it was a seminary. Father Patrick Divine was involved in leadership, in governance, but also in education. And he has done a lot of contribution to Tangaza University. Is currently, as I said, the vice chair of the University Council, and is also the chair of one of the most important committees of the University Council, which is the Corporate Affairs Committee of the Council. And with Father Patrick Divine and Shalom Center for Peace and Conflict Resolutions, we have a partnership, a great partnership with the university. And currently there are so many things that we are working with the center. There are so many things that we are planning. He will be mentioning some of them, I'm sure, in his speech. And one of them, of course, is collaborating in education, peace education. Currently, we are actually finalizing a whole curriculum program in masters in peace, conflict and security studies that will be offered here at the university as a collaborative project between the university and Shalom Center. And that tells you the great commitment that Father Patrick Divine and the center have for Tangaza. And with these few remarks about our keynote speaker, may you join me, can we put our hands together to invite the keynote speaker to give us his presentation for today. Father Patrick, most welcome.
Patrick, thank you very much. Reverend Professor Patrick Monia, our Vice Chancellor, thank you very much for the welcome and the kind words of introduction. To Dr. Daniel, to Dr. Caroline, Dr. Eric, and my great friend from Social Transformation. I just want to say thank you all. I'm delighted to be here. There's progress that's been going on, and it takes a lot of wisdom, vision, and courage. And to congratulate you for that. And I think we all owe him a great word of thanks, because he took on a difficult task and has done a great job so far, and many more years in the future. Well done, Patrick. So, just to give it a little bit, we are in major discussion at the moment about a Masters of Arts in Peace, Conflict and Security Studies. And we hope to get that launched by the August of this year. So we're really working hard on that, because, you know, to say one thing, just to quote, I think it was Immanuel Kant that came up first with the term, you know, theory without practice is what? Empty. And practice without theory is what? Blind. You're like a headless chicken. And that's why I think we can say today, a philosophy without practice is empty. And practice without a good philosophy behind it is also blind. So we really need to get the theory, the philosophy, and the practice in sync. And I am the chairman at the moment for the Shalom Center for Conflict Resolution and Reconciliation, founded in 2009. And we are a group of men and women. And everyone in our group, the core group, have a master's in either peace studies, political science, development, conflict management. And the reason for that is we really wanted competent people to engage with the issues that Africa is facing. And I'll speak some more about that. And I also want to just to mention here that it's very important to bring the divine, not this divine, the divine spirit of God
into our studies and into our philosophies and into our engagements. So I'm going to address a little bit on that going forward. When I got the flyer, I studied it very carefully, and we are much more magnanimous than that. We're not inward-looking, but global in academic mindset, quality and content. Tangaza is a proclaimer. Tangaza ni nini, to proclaim, ni kweli. Leo ni leo. Sawa is a proclaimer university with a divine mission and a divine vision. Inasema nini hapa? Fumbola na leo pia part of Fumbola imani ni Fumbola amani. Sawa? So hatusahau hii wakati wa this symposium today. So we're outward looking as a hub and a powerhouse of inspiration to academia and practical interventions. So we are to be agents of peace. And Patrick, this is where the master's program going forward in peace, conflict and security studies will be invaluable. And we're delighted that we have a BA program on the philosophy of peace. And it will be really a foundational stone going forward, one of the major pillars going forward. So Carolyn and Dr. Eric and all others involved, I want to say congrats on the work you've been doing. To all the guest speakers here today, you will bring expertise in terms of content and vision. So I wish you well. So we are here today to think about how we can prevent and transform conflict, operationalize peace building, and bring about reconciliation throughout Africa and beyond. So let's keep in mind, philosophy without practice is empty, and practice without theory is blind. Concerning digitalization, the focus must incorporate the highest standards in terms of content, quality, and ethics, oriented to conflict transformation and peace education, that addresses the continuum from manifest conflict to reconciliation. Let me just give a line on that. To transform manifest, physical, direct conflict, violence, there's need for empirical, rigorous, quantitative research. Then with conflict transformation interventions, the first thing is you have to try and get the conflict stopped. Get to at least negative peace, a settlement. And from there, then you introduce peace-building activities, infrastructure, setting up multi-ethnic, interethnic, interreligious schools, and so on, as we orient ourselves towards reconciliation. And when we talk about reconciliation, if you can remember these 3 points. Reconciliation is about acknowledging the past, reframing the present, and envisioning a future where all sides are mutually committed to interdependent coexistence together. So, furthermore, on digitalization today, ethics will be a huge part of what we expect and we will get here at Tangaza University. And authenticity must be the benchmark of digitalization operationalized. Digitalization is a means, let us remember that, to a greater end and a higher purpose. And these standards will demand, at a minimum, astute and meticulous attention to issues of academic content and quality, in terms of philosophy, theory, pedagogy, and application to reality. It will demand ethics in respect to the Tangaza University vision, issues, content, processes, and people involved. It will demand structures, institutional frameworks that are true to the university mission and core values. And it will demand financial sustainability, among other issues. Now, digitalization raises many challenges. In today's symposium, we're not just hoping for, but expecting nuanced insights and suggestions to emerge in the presentations that follow, so that Tangaza University is empowered to be a beacon for peace studies, incorporating issues of peace, conflict, and security. And when looking at the sub-themes for the symposium, most of them are really not African-specific, And I think that is a good thing, as we have students and staff, wonderful men and women here at Tangaza University from all over the world, and many will work in conflict situations in and outside Africa. So we need to equip all with the specializations and expertise that does an education for peace, justice, in respect to research, conflict transformation, peace building, security and reconciliation, enabling operational significance in conflict settings, and all aspects should be ultimately focused on divine peace and reconciliation. And bear in mind, when we're talking about conflict, we're talking about the sacredness and dignity of human life. It should always be a bedrock underpinning peace studies and conflict management interventions, ever proclaimed in the digital world and culture. Conflict covers many aspects, but we think of the violence that's done today to the unborn. Absolutely, hundreds of thousands in the past year have suffered abortion as well. So we have to keep that in mind. We're talking about from the womb to natural death. And digitalization is one very important means to empower these higher purposes and goals. And digitalization, may I add, is not confined to institutions or continents. It is a globally exposed means of communicating, hopefully, knowledge, education, and human formation. It needs to be able to stand up to the test of global scrutiny and ethics. Tangaza University, here in Tangaza University, mediocrity is not acceptable. Tangaza University is to be ever distinguished for its academic excellence, as in our vision statement. All forms of digitalization associated with Tangaza University are to exemplify service to this objective. And may I just recall for these students of the studying the philosophy of peace and so on, and now with the masters coming, please remember the 2009 Synod of Bishops for Africa, their synod in Rome. Ecclesia Africa came out of there, and the emphasis on justice and peace and reconciliation. In that, just to say this, I sent a paper to that with, on invitation from John Cardinal Njuri and the bishops, and Paulinus Mundi was the theologian, stressing the importance of peace education in all Catholic universities throughout Africa. And they came back with a proposition, Proposition 21, which endorsed that and asked for it to be done. And God be with a former principal here, Patrick, Father Paddy Rowe. He invited me in December 2009 to begin a course here, which we started on conflict resolution and reconciliation. And Patrick, I am not sure, Reverend Patrick, Reverend Professor or Vice Chancellor, I am not sure yet if all the journals in this university have achieved the level of digitalization. But it is a challenge, even our journal on theology and so on. And I know the Institute for Social Transformation, and all the other journals. And so important, because we need to get the word, we have good news to Tangaza. And we need to announce it, and they need to know the wisdom, because I have read the articles and I have contributed myself. The wonderful articles have been written by so many scholars and students here. So I just say that as an opening, particularly on the issue of digitalization. Now, I was asked to say something about our work in the Shalom Center. As I said, we're a group of men and women qualified with a master's degree. And we have received attention from all over the world, here in Africa, from IGAD, AMASEA, MOUs. We have an MOU with this university, which we hope to develop further, practically, theory into practice. And one of our main focuses of conflict, our main focuses, I should say, of our interventions focus on interethnic conflict. All across northern Kenya, Turkanas are involved in 5 conflicts, for example, with the Pokots, Samburus, Dasanaks from Ethiopia, Toposa from Sudan, then issues with the Karamojong in Uganda, and right across through the Gabra and Rendile. So we're up there constantly working. empowering those people to be the architects of their own future. We know in the slums here in Nairobi, these informal urban settlements, and down at the coast, there's the problem of radicalization. So we have a big program going on down there, a huge program going on addressing violence against women and children. And we have over 2,500 women now being trained on a whole lot of modules at our centre in Riruta. And we hope that going forward, this will be an outlet and an asset to Tangaza University in the sense of, for our students who are doing the theory and the philosophy, to get practical experience. Well, on the wider African context, just let us remember we have issues of interstate conflict. We know the DRC at the moment. We know going back to Rwanda in 1994. In the DRC, there are figures at the moment in the eastern DRC, and there are interstate issues there. The figure given at the moment is that there are between 6 and 10 million people have been killed there since 1996, the last 30 years. Now that is a huge amount, and there's need for people qualified to intervene there. As I mentioned, we have to keep in mind religious ideological extremism. One of the things I would say to you, and I have published a lot on this, people often ask me, is religion an underlying cause of conflict or not? And my answer always is that religion is not an underlying cause of conflict. But it becomes a major factor when it's preoccupied or energized by quantitative institutional membership rather than qualitative spiritual transformation. So we are always to stress this. We're not just about quantitatives when it comes to religion. We're really about forming people to be living witnesses of the good news of the divine spirit. Then I mentioned about the program against violence against women and children. And the other issue we've been very involved in and have been recognized and appreciated, may I add too, from the governments here in Eastern Africa, and that is the prevention of election violence. And let us remember, one of the problems with this issue of democracy still is that ideology still hasn't fully gripped the decision-making processes in democracy. A lot of the time we're still dealing with ethnic mathematics. But education is critically important, as is digitalization going forward to counter that. Of course, then you have all the other problems in governance dealing with administration, ethics, morality, and respect for legalism and constitutionality. Corruption, people often ask me, oh, the underlying problem is corruption. I always say, corruption is a symptom of weak institutions. We need to keep making our institutions stronger and stronger. And that goes for every corporate body. I'm sure Tangaza also has dealt with issues. So institutional development is very important. And my friends, from the standpoint, and I think this is very important, I say a lot of things here today, but very important from the standpoint of the peace development nexus. It really is self-evident that in African conflict environments, and I'm talking here as somebody who's in Africa since 1988, in African conflict, may I add, I am also a citizen of Kenya. I got a citizenship. Mimi ni mwenyeji hapa sasa. Sawa? Nimefurahi sana kuwa mwenyeji. And, but in African conflict environments where people, now think it out, are killed and maimed and displaced persistently, it is extremely difficult, if at all possible, for social and religious values like peace, truth, justice and mercy to take deep root, where people are killed, maimed and displaced persistently, to take deep communal root. And secondly, in those same environments, it's very difficult to have any sustainable development because periodically institutions of education, medical, even formation institutions, churches and so on, become inoperable or destroyed. And are we going to be forever forever rebuilding if we will be if we don't address the underlying causes of these problems. So it's so important that we are well qualified and committed to addressing the underlying causes of conflict. And for that we need qualified personnel who are not only occupationally interested, but vocationally committed. So important. No good if you're just interested in the occupational aspect and without being vocationally committed to the people, especially in those conflict environments where people suffer a lot, not just from manifest conflict, but structural violence. And my brothers and sisters, to everybody here, let us remember that conflict has a memory. It has a memory that is robust, it's resilient, it's mirrored in culture, and it's transgenerational. And unfortunately, it's frequently distorted by erroneous historical narratives, mendacious media reporting. It's also caught up with the problem of the politicization of religion and the religionization of politics. And it's also caused problems by inept educational institutions. So going forward, whether it be our BA in philosophy, whether it be the masters that we're developing, we have to be of the highest quality in terms of education and ethics, and make sure that we train competent people who are occupationally interested and vocationally committed. Now, moreover, and of incomparable significance, conflict management interventions in terms of methodology, processes and results should strive to enable the opportunity for people to live in transformed, stable environments as individuals and communities. And in these communities, we are centered on the opportunity for people to experience the gift of God's Spirit and peace, the divine presence. That is what we're about, and this is what this university is about. And the experience of this presence empowers us. In fact, it urges us on to be the architects of reconciled societies, centered on nurturing authentic life-giving with who? With God, with your neighbor, with yourself, and with creation, the environment. Those four aspects. My friends, during the course of our lives, this profound experience of the divine presence liberates us from being overpowered by the experience, effects, memories, and knowledge of conflict and war. And it's up to us to do something, because the divine presence is yearning for us to bring that divine presence into the conflict zones. Unfortunately, and it is of monumental importance to mention that frequently those living in situations of manifest and structural violence throughout Africa feel neglected and abandoned by many so-called political, religious, and peace and development actors. They experience indifference, the failure to react and respond with care, ineffectiveness, social political sentimentality in speeches and publications, and educational institutions promoting peace and conflict studies, but doing nothing in practice. We have so many, and Nairobi here has often been considered really abusive in the sense of where we have NGOs using the problems to feed themselves. But that's parasitical, and we never want to become party to that. We are called to be ethically and authentically reflecting the divine presence. My friends, and I'll say this in conclusion as I just move a few words about this divine presence. The experience of the divine Holy Spirit endows all of us with faith, hope, and charity in our daily existence. And what does it endow us to do? To actively bloom where we're planted, each one of us. Don't be looking over the shoulder at the next person. In caring for humanity and the environment, realizing peace and reconciliation en route in our own journey to an eternity in the peace of the divine presence. And at the heart of the divine presence and mission is the calling to be agents of peace, as mentioned today, earlier, in the flyer that I referenced at the beginning, to be agents of peace and reconciliation, operationalized and made tangible through the 4 pillars of reconciliation. What are the 4 pillars? One is, for reconciliation, we have to, first of all, to get to negative peace, stop the violence. The next thing has to be bringing truth to the table. Truth, because truth underpins the revelation of justice and injustice. If we have liars at the table, we're going nowhere. So the second component pillar is truth. The third one is justice. And ultimately, mercy has to come into play. The openness to forgive. Not necessarily to forget, because that helps us to acknowledge the past, but to bring in mercy in the sense of forgiveness. So my brothers and sisters, mercy as an ultimate expression of love is evidenced in the recognition of the need to forgive and be forgiven. And the measure of love is what? St. Augustine. So we have to give a shout to the Augustinians today, since the Pope is Augustinian. But the measure of love is to love without measure. And that is the love of the divine. The measure of love is to love without measure. And let us recall also Jesus of Nazareth, who is honored in most religions around the world in one way or another. And I always love, Palm Sunday liturgy. Better not fall back here. The Palm Sunday liturgy, that entry into Jerusalem, when Hosanna to the King and all of that. Luke's Gospel, it ends in chapter 19, verse 40. But if you read the next verse, it says this, that Jesus looked down on Jerusalem and wept. You all know it, I'm sure. Looked down on Jerusalem and wept and said what? Said this, if only today you would know what makes for peace. So do not assume because you're a seminarian or a priest or a professor or whatever that we know what makes for peace. That is why we're bringing in these programs here and we're developing them. And that is why digitalization is so important. So let us be filled with the utter fullness of the divine presence and mission. I say again, let he or she who has ears to hear, listen well. And I know all of you have prayed the Our Father. If you haven't prayed it, there may be Muslims that you have heard about and maybe read it. So let us have no doubt as we pray the Our Father that the divine is ever reaching out to us to eternally experience the hallowedness of its presence, peace, and mission in spirit, word, and deed. The divine yearns to bless us daily with the wholeness of its presence. The fullness of its presence is the bread of life, and to unite us with its peace and mission in enabling and empower its kingdom to come and its will to be done on earth. We are all called to be missionaries of peace and reconciliation. We're called to get qualified and be competent agents of peace. And the mission of the divine is for us to experience its hallowed loving presence through, with, and in us. This is fundamental to the divine kingdom and the divine will. So my brothers, remember, and remember it well, that peace, truth, justice, mercy stand as pillars. Peace, truth, justice, and mercy stand as pillars of the divine parental love for us in relationships as individuals, neighbors, communities, and the creation we are blessed with. We are called to be hallowed as participants in the divine presence and mission of peace and love. Now, just in reflection on the church, and I'm not just on about the Catholic Church. I know Professor Morgero has written about this. I have myself many times. But the 4 major critiques in terms of peace studies and about our people in the field, if they're not qualified, is that they're often criticized as being very weak on conflict theory. Limited in technical mastery, having a poor appreciation of history, and no clear structured foreign policy of engagement and interaction with other stakeholders in conflict environments. So there are 4 critical issues that we're to overcome, and I'm sure Tangaza will help with that. The divine mission is for us to be ever available, is to us ever available to be forgiven as we forgive our neighbour, those who trespass against us. The divine mission is to protect us from falling into any temptation, that will separate us from the divine, and to deliver us from evil as we journey to eternal life in the presence and peace of the divine. My friends, how often have we heard, "Peace be with you, love one another as the divine loves us"? The challenge is ever before us, and today in particular, that the philosophy of peace education is transmitted into practice by agents of peace, with competency and with digitalization in conflict environments. The necessity that the practice has sound theoretical understandings, otherwise we will be like headless chickens, blind and empty of clarity. Philosophy theory, as I said, must be grounded in practice. My friends, follow the divine presence. Follow the divine understanding of peace and mission. And believe in yourself. Really believe in yourself. I love, just to finish up, I always like that story at the end of John's Gospel. As we know, Peter denied Jesus 3 times, and then he was challenged, "Do you love me?" 3 times, and he was told that when you were young, you went wherever you wished. When you're old, you'll go somewhere else. And they were walking away. We can imagine the scene, all of us, Jesus and Peter. And John was coming behind. Now it's there, you can look at the scriptures. I brought my Bible in case anyone wants to check it out. Peter said to Jesus, you imagine it, he said, well, what about him? John was coming behind. And Jesus looked at Peter and said to him, what about him? What is that to you? If I wish him to live until I come again, what's that to you? You follow me. Jesus is calling you to that. The divine spirit is. He's calling you to that. So whether you're Christian, Muslim, Hindu here, that divine spirit is calling you to that mission of peace. And Tangaza is here to help you, and we will continue, I've no doubt, Vice Chancellor, to be a centre of excellence. So I will finish up, my friends, and say to all of you, Shalom, Salam, Salim, Himsa, and may God bless you going forward in life. Amen. Over and out.
Shall we give another round of applause for our keynote speaker? Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Divine, for your very inspiring and also thoughtful and challenging keynote to this particular gathering today at Tangaza. I'm here now as the interlocutor of that particular presentation before we proceed, and I just want to thank you very much again for that presentation, Reverend Dr. Divine. And one of the things that this presentation has done is to invite all of us to be able to think about peace, differently. And one of the things he mentioned is that we have to be aware of the 2 dimensions of peace, that is the negative and positive peace. And he actually emphasized that sometimes we zero in on the negative, but that we actually should focus on the positive peace in this case. One of the, statements he has continued to present is that theory without practice is empty, and that practice without theory is actually blind. And that is perhaps where the speaker has been able to mention the role of philosophy in grounding peace and peace education in the context of our university here at Tangaza. And so we need to be able to take seriously, peace peace, not merely as an aspiration, but a very sustained ethical, spiritual, and also intellectual task in this digital age. And especially one of the captions he actually made, which has caught my attention in this symposium, is that conflict has a memory. And that has come strongly, especially when we are talking about the digital age. This is because sometimes conflict, and many times indeed, do not end in ceasing of violence, but they persist in our narratives. They persist in our emotions. And in this digital age, that conflict is archived many times. And so we need to be able to think about education for peace in that context and manage to help ourselves in this context of Tangaza University to engage critically and ethically with that kind of memory, the memory of conflict. And he has indeed cited cases of conflict, that are happening around us here in Africa, because we need to transform that particular remembrance. And one of the ways to do it is through our presence here as an education institution, so that we can have, some kind of healing and not use that particular information that has been archived to continue the conflict or to renew the conflict. One of the other things that the speaker has been able to emphasize is the importance of recognizing divine presence. And in this case, he actually cited an element of authenticity, because there is a spiritual dimension to peace education. And in this particular digital culture, where we have a lot of things happening, speed, and so on and so forth, it's important for us to consider divine presence, which calls for depth, discernment, and also our moral attentiveness in this case. So he has actually reminded us that peace cannot be sustained through just systems, but some kind of formation of our conscience, some internal transformation, and also ethical responsibility. As I cited issues of values in his speech, and we need to grasp it there. We also need to take this with us from that particular presentation, that he has insisted that there are underlying causes of conflict that we need to address. And this was presented in the context of what Shalom Center does, broadly. And that we need to address it ethically, philosophically, in a sound manner, both ethically and philosophically. And we are able to try as much as possible in our context, for example, where we have hate speech and misinformation, perhaps we need to be able to think about some of the injustices that come, some of the inequalities that come with that, exclusions, and so on and so forth. And that's where, from my reflection of what he presented, I felt philosophy now comes in to play a very important role, a role that now grounds peace. And it will now equip us and give us the tools for reasoning critically, doing serious ethical analysis, and also reflective judgment that is necessary to be able to handle the root causes of peace in our time and age. There is a very important, aspect that he brought in, the pillars of reconciliation, truth, justice, and mercy, which we also take home with that and with us in this symposium, and that these particular pillars would provide a good framework for educating for peace in this digital age that we are in at the moment. But there was also a call in that presentation for Tangaza University to be able to take a leading role in educating for peace, both theory and also practice. And he has emphasized the component of practice, that it should be reflected in our service. And one of the challenges he posed was about how much has Tangaza digitized, what is happening around our environment as an education institution. So it needs to be able to take a leadership role in trying to magnify through the digital space some of the efforts that are being made here, positive, to be able to help combat conflict, but also to educate for peace, so that those who serve will have that particular mindset. Now, so some of the questions that we continue to reflect on even as I end is to ask, how can philosophical education help us to engage responsibly with the memory of conflict in a digital age? That caught me, hard. In this time that conflict has memory, how can we use philosophy to help us engage responsibly in that particular space? And what does authentic divine presence look like in this digitally mediated learning? Because there's a lot that is happening in the digital space as far as learning and peace building is concerned. And finally, how can institutions of learning like Tangaza University concretely embody these philosophical and ethical pillars that have been shared with us, the pillar of truth, justice, and mercy in educating for peace? And so the keynote speaker has, ladies and gentlemen, reminded us that education for peace in this digital age is actually needing or in need of some kind of grounding, and he has repeated it has to be practical, not just theory, and that we need to be able to work and strive towards reconciliation, which he actually presented as acknowledging the past, reframing the present, and forging, of course, a way forward that is, I believe, value-laden. And so with those particular reflections, I would like to invite my colleague. Okay.
Theory without practice. So as we develop this master's program here, Shalom has the MOU with Tangaza. Just to give you a little bit of history, about 3 years ago, the Vice-Chancellor and myself entered into a lot of dialogue on further studies here on peace education, conflict management, and so on. He asked would Shalom help with it, so I took up that task, and we worked on a curriculum development. So with the whole Shalom team, we got a list of courses that we thought would be appropriate. Then over a year ago, Professor Peter Wanyandi, former chair a couple of times, 2 times at least, of the University of Nairobi Political Science Department. He had finished there, and we took him on as our Director of Research, and I engaged him further in the process in dialogue with the team here, with Daniel, Patrick, and so on. And so that master's program, it's developing, and it'll have to go to the Commission of University Education. Other minds are getting involved in it now to really streamline it. So I just want to say this, that in the market out there, for people who are occupationally interested and vocationally committed, if you're really going to get into this area of conflict transformation or conflict resolution and reconciliation, you really need to be qualified. And doing the BA that you're doing is very helpful. And so Shalom is committing, Patrick, this is following on, it's not making an announcement that you don't know. Shalom is committing to make available 20 partial scholarships for students who are doing that master's. And the dynamics of that we will work out with the Vice-Chancellor. And I think that will be very important, because Shalom also, with its boards, it's always looking at the content of the master's and what's going into the program, and then how it can help and assist. So I think that will be a great help, because students need help, especially entering into these master's programs. The other thing that's in the pipeline I may not have mentioned to you is that we are in the process of trying to develop a retreat center around peace, oriented to 3 days, 3.5 days, like from a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and a Friday. And it will be theory and practice and reflection, prayer, all of that combined in the 3 days, because you really need to have a spiritual depth in yourselves to understand the wholeness of what the divine mission is, what the practical mission is for humanity. So I just want to say those comments, and Patrick, Reverend Professor Patrick, our Vice-Chancellor, we will look at the dynamics going forward, and I'm sure we're going to have one of the great masters in peace, conflict, and security studies in Africa going forward. Thank you. You can respond now. Say a word.
Okay, so anyway, that's true that the program is almost done, and we are working towards having the first cohort come to the university in August. And as he says, there is that collaboration and that promise, and we really thank Shalom through the leadership of Dr. Patrick Devine for really that support, because of course it's true, when we talk about peace, we cannot talk about peace, it cannot just be a theory, we need also to make sure that there is practice. And with this program, we'll be now trying to marry theory and practice together. So we are grateful and we look forward to that collaboration further. Thank you.
Yes, and we can only hope, and we hope that it will be publicized using the digital space so that all of us can be able to, plug in, especially those who are finishing their BS, and also advertise it to others who need it. So I want to invite my colleague, Dr. Gefas, to lead us in the next section. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Buya, for helping us to go through the first session. Thank you so much, the VC, the DVC, and the
to us, which is very nicely. By talking of education for peace, philosophically we can say that peace is moral and social good, grounded in respect for human dignity. And whereby you talked about also the four pillars of reconciliation, and as we have seen through that, truth, justice, whereby you talked about mercy, you talked about love. And we normally say that when we go to school, we go to school to get knowledge in order for us to be able to solve the problems of the society or the conflict in between the society we are living in. And you said that very well, that conflict has a memory.
Please be precise to the question.
So my question is that, going through the question, how can education for peace in the digital context can help the runners to use it wisely and ethically without affecting others' dignity? Thank you.
Thank you. The next person, there's a hand there. Be precise to the question, please.
Thank you. My name is Charles Onyango Obungu, a second-year philosophy student. My question is this. With regards to our today's topic, we all agree to the fact that digital media actually just magnifies and speeds up our knowledge with regards to the things that are happening. Not as if it brings a new problem as such, so to say. So my question comes in with regards to these matters of education for peace and security. How can we, on the practicality of it, because education in itself now, if you look at it, it's seen as one of the, in fact, biggest proponents of conflict, of violence, and even of issues, because there is a lot of feelings of exclusion, there is a lot of feelings of division through education, there is a lot of feelings of neglect through education. And with regards to that, maybe I will wish you to give, how do we handle this on the same, in light to your opening statements that theory without practice is empty, and practice without theory, it becomes, it's like an illusion. So how best can we put this on the practicality so that education in itself can be a proponent of such peace? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have, I'm going to take the three questions, then you answer them, then we continue like that, okay? So, Professor. Then we'll pick another 3 rounds. Thank you.
Thank you, MC, and thank you, the presenters. I think you are right to the point. My questions are two. One could be answered most likely by Professor Mwanya, and the other one is by Patrick, Father Patrick. One, can digital activism be understood as a tool through which divine justice operates mediated by human agency? The second one is how do misinformation, and which is quite common now, and hate speech constitute not only social harm, but spiritual and moral disorder? Thank you.
Thank you. You can answer the three so that we go for the next round.
So thank you very much for the questions. And in terms of digitalization, digitalization, as I said, is a means. And it's a means for setting out, proclaiming, putting in word with expertise and competence, information that's relevant to the subject. And in that process, it has to respect personhood as well. And this personhood in terms of the receiving, the giving, and also in terms of the institution. And believe me, she is a large part of our communication and our own use of digitalization, getting the word out about our work. And it has helped a huge amount, may I add, Patrick, in raising funds, because you need to link it as well to that, because people are out there who want to help that don't know about it. So I am inviting you to address that practicality, and I'm inviting Tangaza to rise to the challenge with us to how we can coordinate better collaboration, cooperation, interactive, to provide the link between theory and practice. The message needs always to be proclaimed, and it needs to be proclaimed, Professor Constance, there you asked, with authenticity. There has to be checks and balances. We have to really make sure that we do not have rogue actors behind digitalization. We really need to make sure. Yesterday I looked at one of the doors here. There was a sign up on the door, protection against digital fraud. So I am very aware that Tangaza are looking at all these aspects, and that demands another level and a realm of expertise.
Thank you so much, Father. We go for the next round of questions. Where's the mic? Give to the Father. I hope he's a priest. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Father Philip Kiprop, student at Queer and formator at St. Thomas Aquinas Seminary.
Thank you.
Father Patrick, I very much appreciate your touch on pro-life, from the womb to the tomb. And I also appreciate the clarion call for not only occupationally interested, but vocationally committed. I bring my question. Possibly now, we may have to intentionally, as a model in conflict resolution, introduce a name to when people are born, a name that revolves around the core values of peace. For instance, we call this institution Tangaza, very intentional. But if a child is born and we intentionally call him or her Amani, so that we try to, as the child is growing, so this call for values around peace grows with the child, possibly. Thank you.
Next question, please. Okay.
Thank you, Reverend Doctor, for your presentation. It was actually a nice one. I'm Francis Okumu, AJ student, year 3. My question is that can digital platforms bridge gaps in peace education access across Africa's rural-urban divides, bearing in mind, if the answer is yes, the rural areas of Africa?
Can you repeat the question?
The question is, can digital platforms bridge gaps in peace education access across Africa's rural-urban divides? If yes, how then?
Okay, thank you. The second person, then the last question here.
So thank you. My name is Dion Aristide, SMA in Theology 1. Talking about the two dimensions of peace, positive peace and negative peace. I would like to know what could be the elements or source of promoting negative peace, and what are the symptoms? Thank you.
Thank you. The last question here, then we give the professor to continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. I'm Emmanuel John from South Sudan, and a student of philosophy with focus on peace and security from Comboni Missionaries. My question is, how can we propagate peace education through this digital, digital means where some places there are people who are still very much deprived of these digital privileges in order for them to access this educational peace facility? Thank you.
Thank you. It's your time.
So, where's the microphone? Who has the microphone? Father, just did I get your question clearly, right? Just in a moment. I'll come back to your question in a moment, Father, right? So, first of all, Dr. Daniel, on the digitalization, I think here from Tangaza you can say something on that. Very good.
Okay, thank you. When the vice chair calls you, because I also report to them, I can't refuse because you will sanction me. So, but there is a question that was asked there, and I think all of us, we have this gadget, okay? And what Dr. Patrick Divine, Reverend, mentioned is that we need to use this digital culture, which is with us, for cultivating peace and for love and creating cohesion in the community. Someone seated there, I don't know, he's gone, but he's going to present later. He's a faculty in Tangaza and has been there in the Institute for Social Transformation. That's Mr. Timothy Gachanga. And for a long time, he has been working with the peace museums in Kenya. And one of the things that I'm aware of is that, oh yes, I think, oh, he's not here, okay. One of the things that they have done is to have the peace caravans. And from the definition is that digital culture is a collection of social practices, beliefs, and norms that develop from the widespread use of digital technologies. So yes, digital culture and digital landscape, digital platforms can be used to bridge the gaps that are created by the same instruments. And for him, I'm sure he will talk about that. He has even come up with digital courses that you can learn about peace and reconciliation on the phone. And those are some of the things that are being designed today innovatively through the digital landscape to ensure people communicate without the barriers of classrooms and fees sometimes. You communicate to the village, you collect information, you share it, and then action can be done. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Daniel. So just to go back on two of the questions there, our friend on negative peace and positive peace. As I said, from once you get the physical violence stopped, it's only a conflict settlement. You have stopped the violence. At least it's negative peace. There is no reconciliation yet. A lot of negative peace also exists in societies where there is structural violence, where people cannot actualize their potential. Galtung, all of these guys, Webb, have all spoke about that. And there's a lot of structural violence here in Kenya when you look at the inequity between the informal urban settlements, the slums, other words, and there isn't equity in terms of the distribution of state resources. The same with northern Kenya vis-a-vis other areas. So there's negative peace when you're living in environments where where people cannot actualize their potential because of institutional neglect or weakness. So, but what we want to do is transform the manifest violence to get it stopped. We also want to transform structural violence to move it where there is equal opportunity for everybody. And we're not on about pulling down anyone to have everyone equal. We're on about raising up everyone to have the equal good opportunities. To my friend in South Sudan, who I have a great spot in my heart for, yesterday I was called to see would we help with peace reconciliation processes in South Sudan. One of the things that we have contributed quite a bit to is education in South Sudan through schools. One of our directors, Dr. Michael Comerford, was based out of Juba. We also, there's the Good Shepherd Peace Institute there. Shalom has contributed enormously to that. I think all the solar energy on the top of that center has come from Shalom. And I believe myself, because I know the problem, out in remote areas, I mean, the amount of people that have no access to digitalization. But we have to keep training the trainers, really competent people at the centers that we have, that they can transmit the message out and to use it every possible way. So I'm really glad to meet somebody from South Sudan, because the Toposa conflict and the Turkanas in the Elemi Triangle, a lot of people in Kenya don't even know what the Elemi Triangle is. It's a disputed, contested territory in the northwest of Kenya, where South Sudan, Ethiopia and Kenya interface, and we do a huge amount of work. I did my own master's thesis on the Turkana-Dasana conflict in the Elemi Triangle, and my doctorate was on the Pokot-Turkana conflict. So, and I'm glad I just now thought of that, because it's one thing to understand the causes of a conflict. Sorry about waving the paper. It's one thing to understand the causes of a conflict. It's another issue altogether, and quite distinct, while overlapping somewhat, is to understand the persistence of conflict. Why do conflict persist? Who, with responsibility, is not stepping up to the mark to bring about the transformation? So I remember on the Pokot-Turkana, just to say briefly, we looked at the core resources that were underpinning the causes of the conflict. But we also looked at the church to see how ineffective was its interventions. It was very good at dealing with the symptoms, medical and educational, but really had no competency. We have justice and peace commissions across this country who are really low on capacity in people qualified in peace studies, conflict transformation and so on. And then we looked at the state, inappropriate conflict management interventions. So always remember that. It's one thing to understand the causes, another to understand who is not stepping up to the mark to bring the persistence of the conflict to an end. Father, forgive me for not hearing that question well.
Forgive me too for not being clear. In case. So I was appreciating your pro-life touch.
Yes.
You talked of conflict to the unborn.
Yes.
Then I put it as from the womb to the tomb,
right.
Appreciating life. And then the catchphrase, not only occupationally interested, but vocationally committed. And then I brought a possibility, a suggestion.
Yes.
We bear names, and names have a lot of meaning. You've picked on Shalom, a name.
Yes.
So what if we name children on names that speak peace? And then we follow up on that conversation alongside their birthdays and all that, so that the conversation goes into naming. That is what I was putting up, to put a name on a person. In my community, peace is Kaliet. So if you have this child called Kaliet, and the conversation goes on and on around the child, probably we may keep the narrative. Thank you.
Oh, well, can I say, rather than react to the question, to say, I am very open to the suggestion and would like your collaboration so that we work on that at the Mary and Joseph Life Center. Right? And we really will, because we're always open. We have, you know, qualified people coming all the time. We have a doctor coming from Dar es Salaam on tomorrow, and they want to set up a similar center. Now, can I ask you on that aspect of our work, and it's one I mentioned, religious ideological extremism, interethnic conflict, all these areas. We're involved in 36 conflict environments. But why we called it the Mary and Joseph Life Center? Can any of you guess? Remember Joseph, when he heard Our Lady was expecting? He was a bit reticent, isn't that true? And then the angel appeared and told him to be not afraid to take her as your wife, because she is the mother of our Savior. And that is a problem we meet. So that's why we called it the Mary and Joseph life. And we're developing all the time, and we're open to learn and good suggestions. And Esther is the lead lady, and I know that she'll be open to that. So thank you very much, Father.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father.
Here, Daniel mentioned something. And just to say that from the Shalom perspective about the possibilities, I want to mention Daniel here, right? Because I said it to him, I wanted to mention. He was the supervisor as well as Beatrice, Dr. Beatrice, Patrick, for Reverend Dr. Oliver Noonan, who is Reverend Dr. Oliver Noonan now. He is our country director, executive director as well, here in Kenya. And I am happy to say, that he was the first graduate. I think I can say this confidently, Daniel. He was the first graduate with his doctorate here after this university got the charter. And we had a wonderful time. But we want to thank Dr. Daniel and Dr. Peter and Tangaza, and that gives an idea of the internationality of this university.
Thank you so much, Father Patrick Divine. And that marks the end of the questions. We are going to break for 5 minutes. But I would like to ask the committee members for this symposium, the presenters, and few individuals who want to take a photo with the keynote speaker, okay? But the first photo is between the presenters, the committee members. And in case anybody want to take a photo, you are free. We are only breaking for 5 minutes, then we are coming back. Then again, for the presenters, please be ready. I hope Mumo Mwithi is around. Oh, you are there, thank you. Then Professor Mwana is around, Dominic Mutuku, and Timothy Gachanja. So please, be ready. In the next 5 minutes, you break for 5 minutes, then we come back. Otherwise, we can go down and take a photo. Please, thank you. Yeah. 20 minutes, and therefore we definitely want you to stick to the time. Yes. Yeah, you will be the second one. And if I may ask Father Dr. Fumbu Cosmas from Italy, can you follow us? Can you hear us? Our friend from Italy? I don't know, we are losing him. He's not on. Huh? We call him. Thank you. Because the fourth presenter. Can you call, that father is not on?
No, he's following actually.
But you know, he's not. I'm trying to.
It's okay. When the one from Zimbabwe, and two from Nigeria.
Okay. I'm told Father Dr. Fumbu Cosmas is following us from Italy, and please, you are going to be the fourth presenter. So the first presenter will be Professor Monia, then followed by Mumu Mwithi, then we have Dominic Mutuku, then we are going to have Father Ofumbu Cosmas before going back to the questioning. So please, students, can you come over? You are wasting more time. We need to settle because we are going to the next round of our presentation. So we are going to have 4 presenters before questioning. But I will ask that because Professor is busy, having presented, we'll be able to question him, then we allow him to leave. Brothers, come and settle. For those talking outside, please, we need you to settle. That's why it is very difficult to give the breaks, but you know, we are human beings, we cannot sit for 2 hours. We need to stretch a bit. Just keep time. We want you to settle. The earlier you settle, the better for us. And all the presenters, please come forward. All the presenters in the house, please come forward. All the presenters, please come forward. Good. I think we're almost there. And therefore, at this juncture, I would like to invite Professor Patrick Monia, our VC, to present. Then after presentation, you are going to have 3 or 2 questions for him, because a busy man. We would like to release him after presenting. So thank you so much, Professor Monia. It's now your time to present your paper.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Cheng, the MC. And I want to begin by congratulating the Department of Philosophy, the Institute of Philosophy, for taking up the challenge and being, I think, the first institute to take up this, the great theme of Tangaza University. Because, as you know, each year as a university, we come up with a theme, a general theme, and we encourage the departments and the institutes to pick up from the general theme and be able to work on the theme depending on their specialization. And philosophy, the Institute of Philosophy has been the first to take up the challenge to talk about education for peace in Africa in the digital culture, a philosophical perspective, which is within the main theme of the university this year. And of course, being in the management and in part of the team that came up with the general theme for the university, when I saw the call for papers from the Institute of Philosophy, I took up the challenge also. And I said, as the department, as the lecturers and scholars in philosophy address this critical issue, I also want to to give my contribution. And that's how I came up with the topic of my presentation today. I have some slides. I hope the slides will be shown as I continue with my presentation. My theme of presentation is education as a pathway to peace in digital Africa. Education as a pathway to peace in digital Africa, a philosophical critique. And I think that philosophical critique is important because basically what I would want to do in this presentation is to offer a philosophical as well as a theological critique of education as a pathway to peace in the context of digital Africa. And a lot has been said about digitalization. The keynote speaker has really emphasized a lot on the importance of digitalization. But of course, digitalization that is meant to serve a human life, and that has to be ethical. I'm arguing in this presentation that while digital technologies hold significant potential for expanding access to education and fostering social connectivity, prevailing technocratic and market-driven models of digital education risk undermining peace by promoting instrumental rationality, epistemic injustice, and moral fragmentation. And I want to draw from African communitarian philosophy and Catholic social teaching to be able to advance an integral vision of education that is rooted in human dignity, relationality, and moral formation. These are all values in theology, in the Catholic social teaching, as well as in the African philosophy and spirituality. Peace understood not merely as the absence of conflict, but as the presence of justice and social harmony will require an educational paradigm which is capable of forming critically conscious, ethically responsible, and socially committed persons. And if education in digital age does not serve this objective, then it has a problem, and that is the critique that I'm affording in my presentation, in my paper. So the paper or my presentation is a normative philosophical inquiry into education and peace in the context of digital Africa. And my concern is not technological efficiency or policy design as such, that is a concern of another day, but my concern is more the moral and anthropological conditions under which education, particularly digitally mediated education, can genuinely contribute to peace rather than social fragmentation. My slide number 2 that is on the screen gives me the question, or it gives us the question that is under study here. The guiding question of my paper is, under what conditions can a digital education function as a pathway to peace in Africa? Under what condition can digital education function as a pathway to peace in Africa? And I would want to approach this question normatively, drawing on African communitarian philosophy, peace theory, and of course, Catholic social teaching. My background is theology, and even as we argue philosophically, still we cannot leave theology behind. And so my aim is not empirical evaluation, but more of a conceptual and ethical critique. The concept of peace, I think Father Dr. Divine in his keynote speech, has talked about the definition of peace, the concept of peace, especially when he emphasized that peace can be seen negatively, but also positively. Peace, in my presentation, is understood positively and morally, and not merely as the absence of conflict, because then that is negative peace. Following St. Augustine's Tranquillitas Ordinis and Galtung's notion of positive peace, peace refers to just and rightly ordered relationships. That's the concept of peace I'm working with, the definition that I'm working with. Peace as just and rightly ordered relationships, social, political, and moral. That is what peace is, and the concept that underlies my presentation. On slide number 4 there, I'm talking about critique of digital instrumentalism when digitalization or digital culture is instrumentalized. Dominant models of digital education are technocratic and market-driven. And in this, they're very interesting, and everybody is excited about them. And these models that we have and that are dominating the society today equate education with skills acquisition, employability, and efficiency. But then, is that everything about education? Is education that universities like our own give, is it just only about skills acquisition? Is it only about preparing people who will be employable and who are efficient, or is it something more? Philosophically, this reflects instrumental rationality, and it results in an anthropological deficit because it's limited, it is inadequate. It leads to an anthropological deficit. Learners are just treated as functional units rather than moral agents. And the outcome, the product, will equally be the same, that we will have graduates who are not moral agents, but more functional units. In my slide 5, I'm talking about the African educational tradition, or the African model of education. Historically, African education was embedded in moral and communal life. Knowledge transmission was inseparable from virtue formation, social responsibility, and conflict mediation. This shows that peace-oriented education is not foreign to Africa. It is indigenous. There is a value in the African moral anthropology, what I would call the Ubuntu moral anthropology. Ubuntu expresses a relational ontology, the African philosophy. I am because we are, and since we are, therefore I am. A person is a person through other persons. Personhood is morally constituted. Education, therefore, is not value neutral. It forms either responsible relational agents or socially disconnected individuals. That is the contribution of the African moral anthropology. In my slide 7, the contribution of the Catholic social teaching. I would want to introduce Catholic social teaching in my presentation or in my thesis as a theology imposed on philosophy. I mean, not as a theology imposed on philosophy, but as a normative ethical tradition that converges with African communitarian thought. So there is a very close connection between the Ubuntu anthropology I talked about and the Catholic anthropology, Catholic Christian anthropology that is embedded in the Catholic social teaching, especially on matters of dignity, on issues of solidarity and the common good. There is a convergence between the African moral philosophy and the Christian anthropology. Catholic social teaching principles are supposed, therefore, to guide our education. Human dignity grounds education as a moral enterprise. Solidarity resists exclusion and digital inequality. Subsidiarity guards against technocratic imposition. The common good reframes education beyond. Peace will emerge only when all these three are present, when moral formation, communal engagement, and institutional responsibility are intertwined in formation. That's only when we can have peace. Technical competence alone will be insufficient and inadequate. Ethical versus digital literacy. Digital literacy without ethical literacy produces technically capable, but morally indifferent users. Digital literacy without ethical literacy will produce technically capable people, but people who are morally indifferent. And is that the kind of end product we want of education? Certainly not. In environments shaped by misinformation, algorithms, and polarization, this is actively dangerous to peace. And we want to promote peace. If we want to create communities, judgment, responsibility, and education must not merely structural injustice is another area where there is implication. The digital divide is not a technical inconvenience, but a moral injustice. When we have digital divide, it is a moral injustice. Exclusion undermines solidarity and social cohesion. Platform governance and data ethics are peace issues that education must address. What is therefore the contribution? What is the philosophical contribution? I'm on my slide 13. My presentation is making a contribution to this conversation by offering a normative critique of digital education, integrating African philosophy with peace theory, and expanding philosophy of education beyond instrumental frameworks. Because It's not enough just to leave it at instrumental level. I'm also making a normative claim as a contribution. The central claim that I'm making in my presentation, in my argument, is that peace cannot be produced technologically. Peace cannot be produced technologically. It requires morally formed agents and just institutions. Education is decisive in shaping both. Can we do it without education? No. But that education must also be shaped. In conclusion, digital education in Africa is an ethical terrain. It can either reproduce domination and fragmentation, or it can cultivate peace. And what it will do, we are all party to it, depending on the decisions that we make. Philosophy has a responsibility to clarify the moral architecture guiding this choice. That is my presentation, and I want to end here because time is over. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Monea, for the nice presentation. Now, because Prof is busy, I will want to ask if you have any question, 2, 3, so that he can answer them, then we relieve him. Any question, please? We have 3 hands already. One there.
Thank you, Prof. My name is Wasagala Martin from Apostles of Jesus. Prof, you're aware that the world has been affected by subjectivity. And in your presentation, you said, peace is not only the absence of war. So in a world which is affected by subjectivity, to what extent can we use the concept of peace in eradicating the moral dilemmas that we have in the subjective world? And how can we reconcile the two in having an objective moral standards through the concept of peace?
Thank you. That's very clear. And be precise on your questions, please, so that the presenters might get you clearly.
Thank you, Professor. My question goes direct to your rights, education and peace. What can be really done in education in order to be more practice in moral agents than more function in unity? Thank you.
Thank you. The last question.
My question is this, that with regards to what you brought about, through your presentation, something that came out clear is that we can rightly say that education has been weaponized. So how best can we de-weaponize education so that it is seen as a proponent of peace? Because I'd like you to base on basic example with them saying, like on the aspect of education, you realize you cannot give what you don't have. So look at it on these instances, like even, for example, here in Kenya, in Nairobi here there are more than 10 public universities. And then you move to the other vicinities, you get even our whole region as 1 or less universities. So these people are already limited from the onget. Education has been weaponized. And these are the same people who are supposed to come maybe here to town. Even if I to come here to ask for something, they require those skills. And from the onset have been disadvantaged. So education has already been weaponized. How do we de-weaponize education to bring about a balance and helping?
Education has been weaponized. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those questions. How do we deal with the question of subjectivity? And how can peace be a tool to help us, change a society that is so, where values and the truth subjective. The truth is as I define it, values as I define them, and who are you, to tell me what to do if I'm not convinced about that. I think, of course, that's a challenge of subjective morality, subjective value orientation, and peace. First of all, peace, as we said, is not just the absence of conflict. So peace in itself should be objective, and it has to be guided by objectivity. So there is objective peace. There is the definition of peace. We should all understand, we should all come to a common understanding of what peace is, so that peace is not as I define it, different from the way you define it. And peace is a virtue. And therefore, if we all agree that peace is a is a virtue, and is an objective virtue, and we can all define peace to be what it is, and is not what it is according to me, and different from according to you, then that peace can be used as a weapon against subjectivism and against subjective moral values, and with a common understanding, an objective way of understanding peace, then we can use it as a tool to bring about bring about peace and respect for one another and for human dignity. What can be done in education to produce moral agents? A big question, a challenging question. That is why we are here. That's why institutions like Tangaza, which are founded on a strong Christian and human values, are there, so that we ensure that education is not just producing people who are employable, as I said, or people who are technically, enabled, but we are also preparing people who, beyond the skills and the competencies they achieve, they have those values that they need to be, human beings as expected of them, of course, by God and by community. Education has been weaponized, yes, unfortunately, and you have given, of course, concrete example of some places with so many institutions, and people are being overpampered with the possibilities, and some other places where even that education is not accessible, and the question of their inequality as far as the access to education is concerned. And we know that that is a big issue in Africa and even here in Kenya. That is an unfortunate bit, and I think that is where now the policymakers come on board, and all of us in our different capacities, to ensure that education is accessible, not just to few, but to many, because we all agree it's a weapon, it's a need, and it's something that is needed by everyone. So I think it's something that challenges all of us and challenges our governments, our policymakers, our institutions, to make sure that education is accessible to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. There's one burning question here. Please, Father. And introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Father John. I teach in the Department of Philosophy. I really appreciate very much in your presentation, and for me it was something very striking, the dominating instrumental rationality of digital culture. And I was thinking that I find Ubuntu totally irreconcilable to digital culture. That is my only stand and my thinking. Because the Ubuntu ontology, to me, cannot be reconciled with the digital ontology. For example, presence is something very important in Ubuntu. When people meet, they meet with the presence. Emotionally, the whole of the human person is involved in the Ubuntu ontology. But this is re-ontologized in digital culture, where presence is something different. People will be present digitally. That's why the teacher and the student are present in the class, but they are not physically present. People are in their rooms attending a meeting, and when they read the people who were present in that meeting, there will be those who were connected online. So this gap between the ontology of Ubuntu and the ontology of digital culture, how can it be bridged? I find it totally irreconcilable. How will this be bridged in our education system and the meeting? For example, we have reconciliation online. But in African culture, we have reconciliation with physical presence where emotions are involved, even rituals after that. So this gap here, how can we bridge it? I find it irreconcilable. I don't know if that is my only reflection, but you could highlight on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. I think we'll now call upon philosophers to help us. Philosophers to help us in this reconciliation, because I truly agree with you that it may be, maybe some people may argue differently, that there could be ways of reconciling them, but from the onset and on the face value, it looks truly irreconcilable, because given the examples that you've given, and I think that has also become a big challenge. Even even when we talk about people living in communities and the use of phone and the digital culture, is also posing a lot of challenge, even to aspects of some Christian values, like community living and so forth, and that of course also poses a lot of challenge to the African the Ubuntu ontology you're talking about. I agree with you that there is a lot of work to be done to see whether this value, this African ontology, can contribute something to the digital culture in which we find ourselves, present in, without necessarily having a choice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well done, Professor Monia. Now we are going to the second presenter of the day, and clap for Prof, please. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. We can now release you. Okay, but all the presenters, please remain seated. Our guest speaker, you are still going to be here with us, I hope, and everybody. So the second presenter, please. Thank you. You're also leaving. I've not released you. Okay. Thank you. Be precise, the second presenter. Okay, thank you. You have your 15 minutes, please. 15 minutes, please. Thank you. And I hope our friend in Italy is following us. You are the fourth presenter, please. Yeah. Then after the second presenter, then we have Dominic. For the Dominic, then we have a colleague in Italy. Thank you. It's your time.
Thank you very much for this invitation to share my thoughts on the meaning of peace in African philosophy. I'm Mumo Muthui. Have you ever wondered, or have you seriously asked and seriously reflected on your conflict with nature and the conflict with the spiritual world? Because many times we reflect on the conflicts that is related only to human beings. In this sharing, we are going to see how we are interconnected, all the creation is interconnected as a whole, and that the true meaning of peace can only be achievable if all we are in harmony. And peace occupies a foundational place in African philosophy, reflecting on this continent's historical experience of conflict, colonial domination, and post-colonial struggles. In African philosophy, peace is seen as a holistic, as a restorative, positive point of view, not from negative point of view, as has been explained by the previous presenters. And so we are conceptualizing peace from a comprehensive social condition grounded in harmony, justice, and moral responsibility. The argument here is that African thought is inseparable from justice, social cohesion, and maintenance of balanced relationship among individuals and nature and the spiritual realm, as we have just said. We could ask ourselves, as a setting background, what is African philosophy? And there are so many arguments that have been given and explained about what African philosophy is and what African philosophy is not. But while you encounter so many books of African philosophy, and which are speaking of an introduction, none of them, so far as I have encountered them, that says actually what African philosophy is, that names it. And there seems to be a difficulty in saying this is what African philosophy is. And so we end up giving an explanation of that. And that tradition was begun by Placide Tempos, followed by Mbiti and the rest who follows, and it reaches our time. African philosophy is just Ubuntu, nothing more. That is the tradition through which we are growing. And we should not find it difficult because it is our identity in mentioning it. When people ask Chinese philosophy, there is no difficult. When they ask Japanese philosophy or Indian philosophy or Western philosophy, it is direct, a direct answer is given. Whether you know what it means or you don't know, that is another story. So for us, African philosophy is Ubuntu. If it is well understood or it is not well understood, that is something else. Maybe we will begin from there to explain. And what is this Ubuntu? Drawing from scholars, especially here in Kenya, one of the famous and the chair of African philosophers, that is Oriare Nyarwath, he refers to to Ubuntu as human. To be human is to recognize humanity of others, and that one's humanity is intertwined with others. Masolo, that is Dio Masolo, brings to our consciousness that the concept of Ubuntu is anchored on the consciousness of the inescapable interconnectedness of human beings and the sociality of human self. They are both emphasizing on our interconnectedness as people, and Ubuntu in this sense is seen from the moral perspective of it. According to Nyarwath, Ubuntu is based on two aspects. Proper understanding of the very nature of humanity and how that understanding informs the kind of relationship that should exist between human beings, and proper understanding of humanity dictates how we should treat and relate to human beings. That is where we are all anchored in. But going further, Desmond Tutu brings another conception that behavior, Ubuntu means the behavior and the relation to fellow human beings and to the environment. And so Ubuntu becomes a collective conception, the wholeness of seeing the reality. That it is not from something is there, and I'm seeing it from this point. It is not object-subject relation. Everything is seen as interconnected, intertwined, and everything must participate in that relationship. That is the conception that we are all being. The oneness of reality is seen from that perspective. So African philosophy is rooted in communal existence and shared moral values rather than radical individualism. According to Mbiti, African life is fundamentally relational. Whether we like it or not, this is the perspective that we are. It is always relational, we are relating. No wonder he says, I am because we are. And since we are, therefore I am. My existence is confirmed in the community, in the otherness. I cannot exist until the other person, the other individual is there. And Mbiti quotes is not as you from the first publication of his writing, but from we. It is always collective. And that is where we are going to see the beauty of the world. So within this worldview, peace is not individual possession, but a collective achievement sustained through ethical conduct and social responsibility. Peace in African philosophy is closely tied to the idea of cosmic order. Disturbances such as injustice, violence, or moral transgressions are seen as threats not only to social stability, but also to spiritual harmony. Consequently, peace is understood as the state of equilibrium that must be constantly nurtured and through dialogue, reconciliation, and for communal norms. Now, going further, we want to establish that harmony now, the harmony that is existing. A central feature of African philosophy is harmony. And this has been confirmed by so many writers, such as Jekie, Masolo. They are saying the highest good in African society is social harmony. If we are not united as people, we cannot speak of anything else. And that is the beauty that we are going to see. And harmony here refers to the balanced relationship within the community and between humans, ancestors, and the nature. And so this is what, to borrow from another scholars from outside Africa, that is Martin Buber, he calls it the other. In his reflection, I and thou. And coming closer to home, one of the writers, African philosophers, Gregory Musyoka, in his intersubjectivity and alterity, he calls it the other, and he explains the other to mean human being and the creation there and the God. That is how we are related. And so we should deepen, we should ask ourselves, how am I related to the creation? What happens when I destroy the nature? What happens if I'm not in communion with my ancestors? And that explains to why an African will always ask, where the problem is. Where is the problem coming from? Is it from my brother whom we are existing together? Or it is from my brother who went long time ago? Or it is from the wild animals that I'm not disrespecting, that we are interacting? Or it is from cutting or destroying the environment? So peace is seen from that understanding, the wholeness of it. Or I'm not in communion with God, my creator. That the other person is very important. So Jekie argues that African ethics prioritize social harmony over individual rights. That is very true, without denying individual dignity. Peace, therefore, is achieved when social relationships are ordered in that way, promotes mutual respect, solidarity, shared prosperity. This understanding challenges minimalist definition of peace and emphasizes its moral and relational Ubuntu and moral foundation of peace. The philosophy of Ubuntu provides one of the most explicit African articulations of peace, as we have seen. Ubuntu is expressed as umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. that is from the Guni community. Or while we are coming home from the community where I come from, we say, Mundu Niandu. Or to be a more universal to the language that is spoken to majority in East Africa, we say, Mtu ni watu. In this perspective, what does that statement mean? It means a person is a person through other people. I can only make meaning if my meaning is founded on others. It is the other people to give me what I need. No wonder one of the most African proverbs says, it takes a village to raise a child. It is a collective. It is not my work. So according to Tutu, Ubuntu views peace as emerging from recognizing the humanity of others and acting in ways that promote collective well-being. In this framework, peace is incompatible with exclusion, oppression, and extreme inequality. Violence against others is understood as violence against community as a whole. Ubuntu that grounds peace in moral responsibility of human dignity, offering ethical foundation and reconciliation processes, such as truth commissions and community-based judgments. Peace, justice, and African communalism. African philosophy links peace to justice. And justice here, we are seeing it from the positive point of it. We are seeing it from a restoration, and this becomes very nice to remind ourselves of the Desmond Tutu's word, no future without forgiveness. He says, I condemned that there is another kind of justice, a restorative justice, which was characterized by traditional African jurisprudence. Here the central concern is not retribution, but in the spirit of Ubuntu, the healing breaches, the redressing of imbalances, the restoration of the broken relationship. This kind of justice seeks to rehabilitate both the victim and the perpetrator, who should be given opportunity to be reintegrated in the community. He or she has injured by his or actions or offense. Somebody needs to go and read the concept of punishment by Odera Oruka in order to deepen that meaning of that. Uredu emphasizes that consensual democracy and dialogue are essential for peace coexistence in African societies. And that becomes very key in us. We just don't take things from, but we take it from that perspective in African philosophy. African philosophical understanding of peace is significantly implication for contemporary peace building. External models that focus narrowly on ceasefire or institutional reforms often fail to address these issues in deeper social moral dimensions of conflict. That is why we find it very necessary to bring that understanding. And as Deg notes, indigenous African approaches to peace emphasizes dialogue, elder meditation, and communal responsibility, which remain relevant in addressing modern conflicts. So incorporating African philosophical insights into this policy and practice can enable the legitimacy and sustainability of peace initiative across the continent and across the world. In conclusion, we say that Ubuntu transcends the absence, meaning of peace in Ubuntu transcends the absence of violence and encompasses harmony, justice, and moral order, and communal well-being. Rooted in this ontology and traditional concepts such as communitarianism enshrined in Ubuntu, African philosophy presents peace as something that is positive and holistic condition that must be actively cultivated. This philosophical perspective offers valuable insights for addressing Africa's contemporary conflict and for rethinking global peace discourse. No wonder Wole Soyinka says the black races, the black people, are something to offer to the rest of humanity in approach of solving the issues of the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our second presenter is Mumo from Catholic University. He's a master student. You can see he's grounded, okay? And it's slowly fitting into our shoes. So we go to the third presenter. You just keep your questions. After the fourth presenter, we are going to ask them the question. The third presenter is Father Dominic Mutuku, who is a Catholic priest of the Order of the Preachers, commonly known as the Dominican Friars. He holds a licentiate in philosophy and currently a PhD candidate at COEA. Again, he's the director of IOIS and a lecturer at Tangaza University Institute of Philosophy. So most welcome, Father Dominic Mutuku. Karibu.
So, as you have been told, my name is Father Dominic Mutuku. I'm a teacher here at the Institute of Philosophy, and I have interests in anthropology. And therefore, my paper is geared toward looking for an anthropology upon which a peace education can be grounded here in Africa. And I'm comparing two anthropologies. One from Thomas Hobbes, being one of the earliest social contracts theorists, and also the Ubuntu anthropology. For Hobbes, he has a very minimalist view of the human nature, that we as human beings are fundamentally and naturally selfish and interested in ourselves, and therefore prone to conflict, driven by fear and the desire for self-preservation. On the other hand, Ubuntu presents personhood as constituted through communal relationships, shared dignity, and moral responsibility. This paper argues that peace education in Africa requires a philosophical anthropology capable of addressing both the enduring social conflict and challenges posed by contemporary digital culture. By placing Hobbes' anthropology in critical dialogue with African philosophy of Ubuntu, the paper examines how contrasting conceptions of the human person shape understandings of peace. The paper is in two parts. The first part focuses on the anthropology of Thomas Hobbes, and the second one is on Ubuntu. Coming to the anthropology of Thomas Hobbes, you have my slides there? Should be on slide 3. I'm getting the anthropology of Hobbes from his famous political treatise called do you pronounce it Leviathan or Leviathan? That one. The Leviathan has about 47 chapters, but I'm interested in the 13th chapter, whose title is The Natural Condition of Mankind as Concerning Their Felicity and Misery. As you know, Leviathan, first and foremost, is a thing of the Bible. It's a scriptural thing. If you look at the end of the book of Job, the Leviathan is described there. This sea monster, so powerful that no one can tame it. And Thomas Hobbes is envisioning a sovereign state which is so powerful in such a way that it can tame everyone and everyone can be in peace. So let us now focus on Hobbes' state of nature. What is man like in the state of nature before this sovereign state can come and ensure peace in that state? For Hobbes, the state of nature is a state of war of every man against every man. Human nature minus political authority and social constraint is equals to a state of war. In other words, if there was no government, if there were no social organizations, we will all be fighting. We will all be at war with each other. We will be conflicted. That's the way he views basic human nature. And therefore, according to Thomas Hobbes, peace is not an intrinsic character of human nature. And human nature is intrinsically not peaceful, but violent, generally. And therefore, there is need of a common power, or the Leviathan, which can keep people orderly and which can keep people peaceful. What does Thomas Hobbes mean by war? In Thomas Hobbes, war is not necessarily physical combat, like fighting, fist fighting, but rather it's a non-disposition of willingness to fight in such a way that where you are willing to fight anytime. Where I am, I'm willing to fight anytime. So it is a war of all against all, and therefore it does not need to involve perpetual fighting. It is just enough that I am ready for violence anytime, and you are ready for violence anytime. That is what it calls war. And therefore, in such a situation, there is little security of life and property. And people live in constant fear, and they find productivity pointless. Now, what leads Thomas Hobbes to make this conclusion? Hobbes has some 5 basic assumptions about human nature, which he uses as his premise to coin his argument. The first assumption is that human beings are roughly equal, mentally, in physical powers, and not physically, not in mental powers, but because they are all vulnerable. We are equal because we are vulnerable. We are brittle organisms. Anyone can kill anyone else. The strong can kill anyone. The weak can also kill anyone. Anyone can kill the other. The second assumption is that we all have conflicting desires because we want the same things which are scarce. We desire them. We desire land, we desire partners, we desire valuable objects, and because these things are limited, then we have conflict in getting them. Additionally, many other people want to be to be glorious than others, and therefore they will oppress others in order to achieve that. Another assumption he makes is that we are all future-oriented. We are looking forward. And this intensifies fear in us, in the state of nature, because we do not know what is going to be of tomorrow. The fourth assumption, and which is a strong one in his theory, is the rationality of anticipation, or what we may call the preemptive violence, that we are all anticipating to be hurt or to be harmed by any other person. And because of this anticipation, it leads to potential conflict. And for you to be safe, the best thing is always to strike fast, or to accumulate power, or to accumulate things before the other person can do that. In other words, in a state of nature, everybody is afraid of the other one. So I am always on guard because I'm expecting you can hit me, you can do something harm to me. So for me to be safe, the best thing to do is to hit you first before you hit me, which is actually what we see in many international wars. One nation will try to attack the other one. If they suspect they may attack them, they will try to be the first one to attack, so that they can weaken the power of the other person. And according to Thomas Hobbes, this is how we live in a state of nature. And the last assumption is that we have very limited altruism. Rather, we are very, very selfish by nature. We may care for family or for close associates, but we value our own survival first and foremost, and we will do anything to preserve our self-survival before we can think of the other person. And this is the way he builds his premise. And then he makes his conclusion that in that state of nature, we are at war with each other. Now, from these assumptions, Hobbes concludes that fear and rational self-interest make anticipatory violence the most reasonable strategy for individuals in the state of nature. Even moderate or peaceful persons, aware of the vulnerabilities posed by natural equality, may resort to preemptive action for defensive purposes. Anticipated or real, frequent violence and pervasive insecurity, and this is what Hobbes describes as the war of all against all. And this conception provides a critical and decisive premise for Hobbes' argument in favor of the absolute sovereignty, or that Leviathan, which is envisioning framing the sovereign as a necessity, institution capable of restraining any threats that might be anticipated. To appraise this argument a little bit, it presents an anthropology that is radically individualistic and structurally inhospitable to peace. Hobbes' account of human nature is not merely descriptive but normative in its political implications. And by construing human beings as primarily motivated by fear, insecurity, and self-preservation, it renders conflict not accidental but constitutive of political human existence. In other words, by our very nature as human beings, we are violent. When Aristotle says that man is by nature a political animal, he depicts nature as completeness and perfection for the human person. On the contrary, Thomas Hobbes perceives nature in us as something basically violent and warlike. Maybe just to understand Thomas Hobbes' argument a little more, it is good to put it into context. When Leviathan was written, there was the Civil War in England, and at the same time, there were the prevalent Puritan and Calvinist teachings from the side of religion. Actually, the father of Hobbes was a disgraced clergyman. And these Puritan and Calvinist teachings of religion presented the fallen nature of man. We also have the same, the question of the original sin. So without the grace of God, we are nothing. Our nature is basically corrupt and fallen. Now we have that in our theology, but for Puritans and Calvinists, they took it to the extreme that human nature is basically corrupt, nothing good can come out of it. And what Thomas Hobbes does, he imports this theological concept and coins a political vehicle out of it to argue for a political state, whereby now the grace of God or the salvation of God is replaced by this sovereign state that is able to tame and guide the human persons in this kind of a situation that they are. So basically, Hobbes' argument is a theological concept that is reversioned to become a political theory. And therefore, we can say that in conclusion to this, his argument is invalid because it relies on wrong premises about human nature. He states that nature should not therefore be regarded as a So for the, we cannot regard his anthropology as proper, but a philosophical device inherited from a theological concept, as I have said. His analysis of human nature leaves an impasse. Peace is not possible in the state of nature or in man's natural condition. Therefore, there is need for an alternative anthropology that can guarantee an enduring peace education. And this is where we create the transition to the Ubuntu anthropology. On slide 13 there is you can see a book there by Motsamai Molefe Don't Run. He has put very well this African notion of Ubuntu from all the African thinkers in the sub-Saharan Africa. And if you listen to the immediate former speaker before me, that is Mudui, then this session should actually be very, it's basically a repetition, given 5 minutes, so my work is easy because it has already been presented. It's basically the same concept that Mudui presented. That, according to the human nature in an African context, we are relational beings. I am because we are. You are because I am, and I am because you are. So the impulse reached in the Hobbesian account of human nature compels a turn perspective. Rather than beginning from an isolated individual, Ubuntu articulates an understanding of personhood as fundamentally relational. The same quotation was done there by Mudui Omondo. From this standpoint, sociality is not a constraint upon human freedom as it appears in Hobbes, but a condition for its realization. This is achieved through the core Ubuntu anthropological elements. One of them is that personhood is relational. Personhood is not atomic. Ubuntu rejects the idea that human being is fundamentally an isolated individual whose relations are secondary or instrumental. Instead, personhood is constituted through relation with others. I am because we are. Another element is that the human person is a moral agent oriented toward harmony in the society. Therefore, one's excellence in the community is measured by one's contribution to social harmony and communal flourishing and the maintenance of affirming relationships. And that element of this Ubuntu personhood is that priority is given to the community without erasing the individual. Of course, individuals matter, but their value is internally related to the well-being of others. Questions of right, dignity, moral worth, and so on are only achieved in the community, unlike in the Hobbesian view, whereby it is all violent, it is all war. Then, what are the implications for this element? These elements point toward an anthropology that includes peace at its core. This does not mean that conflict doesn't arise. Conflicts do arise. However, unlike in the Hobbesian viewpoint or anthropology, where conflicts are the defining element of the state of nature, in Ubuntu, conflict and moral breakdown are not expressions of human nature at its most basic level, but they are signs of moral failure and relational breakdown that must be corrected by the community. In conclusion, this paper ends by rejecting the Hobbesian anthropology and its application for peace education in Africa. If peace requires coercive sovereignty because human beings are naturally oriented toward war, then peace is artificial, fragile, and externally imposed. The paper endorses Ubuntu as an alternative anthropology for a peace education in Africa because for Ubuntu, peace is anthropological. It is rooted in the very nature of the human person and not just an artificial thing. Peace is already implicit in us, though it can be distorted or violated. Peace is not something added to human life by the state. It is something educated, cultivated, and restored through moral formation. The challenge that remains into this anthropology is the digitalization that we are going through, which is just as equally threatening as the Hobbesian anthropology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father Dominic. That's great. Clap for him again. Good. Now we are going to have the fourth presenter, and that's going to show us the power of technology. The fourth presenter actually is in Rome, is in Italy, Avicenna. Father Ofombok Cosmas Iquere from Acqua Ibon State is a Catholic priest of the Catholic Diocese of Avicenna, Italy. And apart from his philosophical work and theological formation, Father Offenbach also has a master's degree in peace-building management from the Pontifical Faculty of Theology, St. Bonaventure, Seraphicum. Father Offenbach has licentiate in doctorate degrees in canon and civil laws from the Pontifical Lateran University, Rome. He's also a doctoral dissertation was on the diplomatic relationship between the Vatican State and the United Nations. After his priestly ordination, he has worked as a pastor, Hispanic minister, and associate pastor in the few parishes in Italy and the United States of America. He's also the co-author of 21 simple tips for great marriages and families, with personal testimonials from over 30 families around the world. Father Offenbach is the Vice Chancellor of the Diocese of Avicenna, Italy, and also doing pastoral work in the same diocese. And therefore, Father, it's your time to join us and make your presentation. You have 15 minutes to go. Thank you. Most welcome.
message for the World Day of Peace. So, the global crisis of peace, there's a possible question here: is world peace possible? I know that Immanuel Kant, talking about perpetual peace, posts that lasting peace is possible through rational, moral, and political conditions, and he advocates for a federation of free states and universal rights, that when we respect the rights of each person and we treat others as universal, as persons, that we can create peace, that lasting peace is possible. And so we see in our world this persistent wars despite technological progress, and AI, especially in this age, is accelerating both development and conflict, and also the autonomous weapons and digital militarization cause many dangers of a threat to peace. And we know that Africa's recurring governance and democratic challenges also tell us that peace is difficult in the world. And so, in all this, we see that humanity's fate cannot be left to things like the UN Secretary said. The human being must always be operating over is threatened because of the use of AI in promoting wars and conflicts. So, in some others fail because they advocate deterrence, which is rooted in fear, and then the militarization of politics, especially this is what we are conversant with in Africa. Politics is militarized, and arms races, now including AI, and then peace is reduced to the absence of war or net goal, which of course is not, it cannot be the definition of peace, or that is not possible to reach. So, in the message that the Pope gave for the World Day of this year, the Pope mentions that peace exists, that peace is possible, and it wants to dwell within us. And he says that peace is a presence and a journey, not just a goal or what we think is possible maybe someday, that peace should exist today. And the Pope also says that peace is the breath of the eternal. So, of the Pope for this year are, like some religion is philosophical as the harmony that Christ brought in the world. So the Pope bases his from the incarnation, that Jesus Christ, the Word of Pope, has from the time he was elected, on the day he was elected, he greeted the world by saying, "Peace be with you." And it talks about the peace that is unarmed, as you're going to see now, and the peace that is disarming. So, in that message, summarily, we can say that the Pope rejects peace that is through force. We can't just bring out our weapons in order to restore peace. So, peace should, the approach to peace is not violent, it's through non-violence. And it calls for unarmed peace, it calls for disarming peace, and emphasizes dialogue, empathy, reconciliation, and forgiveness. So the Pope tells us that peace is the principle that should guide and define our choices. The peace of the risen Christ, in this message, the Pope says, is unarmed, because peace, that is Christ, was an unarmed struggle in the midst of concrete historical, political, and social circumstances. So when Christ was struggling in the midst of all the problems around him, that he did not ask for weapons in order to install peace. In fact, when his apostles wanted to bring out the sword, he said, "No, put back your sword." So that's the kind of peace that the Pope advocates for, and he invites us to embrace. Now, what is this meaning? What's the meaning of this unarmed peace? The Pope says that the unarmed peace, that is the ninth slide, the unarmed peace is the peace of Christ, Jesus said, peace I leave you, my peace I give you. I do not give you as the world does. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not let them be afraid. So not being afraid, not being fearful, not having fear is a kind of peace that will come. The tranquility of the mind and heart when we are serene, not because we are forced to do it, but because we are invited to embrace it. So the peace that the Pope talks about, that is unarmed, is the peace without coercion. The peace without arms. No peace is possible without disarmament, Pope Francis did say. So peace that comes not because we are afraid, not because people are using weapons to coerce us. That is the kind of peace that is unarmed. And then in that peace, there is trust that goes over fear. Not fear, but trust that leads us to self-abandonment, kind of to embrace that tranquility. So the Pope talks about that we can use diplomacy and dialogue, not violent confrontation, in order to bring about peace. And then in this unarmed peace, we see that is vulnerability is our moral strength, not just the weapons that we have. And then non-violence is seen as a political strategy. It's not something that we have to do it because we have to blight others. It's something that we have to invite others through reconciliation. And so this is the kind of peace that is unarmed. We do not use arms in order to bring this peace. So that's unarmed peace. And then he says that we go to disarming peace, because the part is unarmed and the other part is disarming. What is disarming peace? Disarming peace for the Pope is a kind of, the first one is just not bringing arms, because it's disarmament of the heart, comes from the heart. And we talk about healing. He talks about healing historical wounds, like reconciliation, forgiveness, ability to trust and forgive what was done in the past. We do not use what happened to us, like the evil that people did to Christ. Jesus did not use that to revenge. So the disarming peace is a peace that is disarming the heart already, the mind, the mindset. We are not going to deal with people because of what they did to us. We see in Africa, many of these things happen. Vengeance, seeking vengeance in order to bring peace, or trying to take laws into our hands. So the peace that the Pope calls disarming is that of social trust, and social trust as infrastructure. So now we go to the other part, Africa's governance and democratic challenges. So how can Africa use this model for governance and democratic challenges? We know so many things that happen in Africa, like now we're talking, maybe almost about 10 or so countries in Africa struggling with peace. And sometimes we see, as we can imagine, the colonial legacies that we have inherited. Maybe the colonial masters did their best, but some of the legacies they left do not help us, because they leave us continually to be lacking, because the structures are not strong enough. And we have ethnic tensions always. These are challenges, and electoral violence in many places, in Nigeria, in some other places, Burkina Faso. I was to mention just a few. After the election, there comes always violence, which will not help the people to grow. And then we know corruption and weak institutions that Africa has, and then digital authoritarianism is also part of the challenges that Africa has. So when we have all this, the litany of these problems, how can Africa learn and use the Pope's model in order to build peace? Because the continent of Africa, as we know, has witnessed waves of conflict and humanitarian crisis for a very long time. The African predicament is known throughout the world. In fact, it is reported that Africa accounts for about 49% of state-based conflicts and 46% of internally displaced people. So, in all this, we know that Africa is invited to embrace what the Pope calls unarmed and disarming peace, in order to be able to bring the people, at least to take care of the people who are dispersed and those who do not have hope. Because peace, according bring people together to give them a present and a future. So now, I'm coming to a close. So AI and peace building. How would AI help African leaders to build peace? We know that AI now, as we have heard, is a problem. It's not just a problem in itself. It should be used in order to build peace, to help us. Like in AI can be used for early warning systems, not just to manufacture weapons or like drones and fighting drones. AI can be used for conflict prediction, for civic education, and also to identify the risk. And then we know that AI is used for surveillance, for autonomous weapons and disinformation. So if we, instead of using these AI to attack like the peace, to threaten peace, we can use them as an opportunity because every technology is a given. So it is our use of this technology, our use of AI that can promote peace, like using AI to promote.
Father, you have 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Don't allow them to take decisions, like the Pope says, that if we allow technology to decide the fate of human beings, that is very, he says that is very dangerous for the human race. So it is human beings that should command and take control, and then know how to use the intelligence and surveillance in AI systems to enhance situational awareness by analyzing vast data streams and enabling faster detection of violence or risks. So AI can also be used in logistics and training. We are able to predict, maintain, and prevent also failures in equipment, the use of equipment. And then AI can help us in non-lethal support. AI can be utilized to enhance medical diagnostics for deployed personnel and to strengthen supply and chain management and ensure that humanitarian reservations are not overlooked. So I think just a few points now. How we integrate Tokyo's message as a model in Africa for peace. We should promote non-violent political participation. We should strengthen community-based peace structures and foster also interreligious dialogue, regulate AI and autonomous weapons, and build ethical digital governance. In fact, it's worth to mention that interreligious dialogue is very important because so many kill in the name of religion. For instance, I know in Nigeria we're suffering because of that. So that it's necessary to know that God does not order us to kill others in order to bring peace. We can't bring peace by killing others, and we can't bring peace by being closed off. We should open ourselves and dialogue, even first to look at other religions as they have something to offer us, not just as they have something that we must take away from. So there are a few policy recommendations for the governments, for religious leaders, and for civil society. For the governments should strengthen democratic institutions and regulate AI militarization and invest in peace education. And so religious leaders should promote forgiveness and reconciliation and build interfaith peace networks so that they can help others to be peaceful. So civil society should monitor the AI misuse and support grassroots peace initiatives in order to bring peace. And so, in conclusion, we know that peace, according to the Pope, peace must be human-centered, and AI must serve the common good, not just the good of individuals. Selfishness, what we see that has brought our continent so backward. Selfishness. So unarmed and disarming peace is a vital model that we should embrace and try, because it seems to be workable. When violence do not work, when deterrence do not give results, so non-violence model of the Pope can work. And Africa can lead the world in ethical peace building by using, I think that's my conclusion, that Africa can lead the world in ethical peace building by using Leo XIV's vision of unarmed and disarming peace. And we have a few selected references The Message of the Pope, and then other books there. And then I think peace is possible in Africa, but it depends on us, especially on our leaders. So thank you so very much for listening. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Father. Asante sana. Clap for him. Yeah, that shows the power of technology, because we can be heard from within and abroad. Now we are going to the questioning session, and I have so many people up there. You have not asked any question, and therefore I'm bringing the mic to you. We had 3 presenters, 2 physical and 1 online. So be specific to the person you are asking the question. And definitely, I want you to be precise. Thank you. Up there, any question? I'll give him the mic.
Thank you. I address my question to Father Dominic Mutuku. So, Father, wouldn't you agree that there's a limitation in the workability of Ubuntu anthropology? Because why will the community be liable for a mistake, a misdeed that has been done by an individual if it can be treated by a person? To this, even Aquinas consents that a small mistake in the beginning causes an error, or a big one in the end, and it is proper to treat things at the source. Thank you.
Repeat the question. You are not clear.
Okay, my question is, if Father consents, whether the workability of Ubuntu philosophy, where we prioritize the community over an individual, is a great way of dealing with things. Because in my view, it is proper for issues to be handled on a personal level. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question? There you're satisfied, eh? It's either you're following us or you're not following us. Because that's a question. We have a hand down here. Okay. Just come down, please. Be precise so that the presenters can get you clear.
My question goes to
your name.
Oh, sorry.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Thomas Puya. I am a student from Kwea.
Thank you.
My question goes to Father Ofombuk. I trust I got the name right.
Ofombuk, yes.
Yeah, so the Pope's way of seeing peace as disarmament, and I don't know how that can be done practically, and putting it in the African context, I feel like Africa is more a victim than a perpetrator when it comes to arms, because so far, if there is any arm industry in Africa, there might be few. Most of the arms are made elsewhere and brought to Africa. And also, the wars that we have in Africa, we can't hold the world innocent vis-a-vis those wars. Because if we see, most of the wars we have, they are around minerals. And sometimes they don't tell, the real reason is not brought forward. We use ethnic divides and others to do the wars, but the real reasons are others. So in that line, I feel like in the African context, calling for disarmament is like exposing Africa much more. Even with what we have, we can't protect ourselves against the threats that come. Terrorism is one of them. And then we have different groups like M23 in Congo. So how can African states protect their people if you are calling for disarmament basically in Africa? And we have seen also that world politics it's like the powerful dictates what to do, and when you are weak, the threat is more looming.
Thank you. Another question? Please be precise and direct your question to any presenter, please.
My name is Bonventure Matoke. My question goes direct to Father Dominic Mtuku. The question is simple. Is it possible for us to have peace? Simply because you are addressing something to do with fear, that I protect myself early before you do it. Sometimes it comes with instinct, and instinct is nature. It's intrinsic in us. So is it possible for us to achieve peace? Thank you.
Thank you. Another presenter? Another question, sorry. And the presenters, please put down the question so that when you come, you just finish with all the questions.
Okay, thank you. My question goes to Father Dominic. Yeah, this is how it is. It is true that the Ubuntu philosophy supports the communal practice of life, pushing the actioning of every activity in common in the society. So my question is, does this not undermine the existential idea of facticity and transcendence, which instead advocates personal development or individual development of pushing the limits? So my question is, does it not undermine, and if it does so, or maybe not, how can these two be reconciled? Thank you.
Thank you. Here.
Stanley Ochen, Apostles of Jesus, a philosophy student. I have two questions. The first one goes to the second presenter, who talked about meaning of peace in African philosophy.
Mumo Mwati, the question is directed to you.
How can African philosophical understanding on peace be applied in a practical context in the contemporary world? Then the second question goes to the third presenter, Father Daniel. How possible is the application of Ubuntu as a philosophical understanding for peace education in Africa, yet
to guide ethical behavior? Then
you're directing your question to who?
To the second presenter.
Okay. Mumo.
If Ubuntu guide ethical behavior, then how can Ubuntu guide ethical behavior on social media based on this theme of today? Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Aloysius Kaluma, a student of philosophy. My question goes to Father Mtuku. Father Mtuku, may you please try to reconcile the question or the philosophy of Ubuntu with the question of power. We have seen so many, most especially in Africa, as in when I get power, the sense of Ubuntu disappears. When we are coming into power, we use the Ubuntu to come together so that we fight to get that power. But as long as we get it, Ubuntu disappears. So can you please try to reconcile Ubuntu and power?
Thank you.
My name is Owaranga Jared, a student of philosophy at Apostles of Jesus. My question goes to any who will wish to answer. And it is, how can we achieve peace of the self, since the highest percentage of those who possess gadgets in this digital culture seem incomplete and peaceless without these gadgets?
Okay. Then the last.
Okay, thank you. I'm James Makini at Tangaza University, Philosophy. So my question goes to the presenter. Mo talked about the African philosophy Ubuntu. And then
the young people nowadays, even in meetings, you think we are together, but most of the percentage are on their phones. And as Ubuntu tells us that we need to be together, to live together, and to work together. So the spirit of sharing. And then now we have this problem even in Kenya, in Africa, whereby there is corruption and all that, absence of justice. And then as Ubuntu now, how can young people become the active agents of peace rather than victims of conflict in this perception of Ubuntu? Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Buya. I am a lecturer of philosophy. My first question is to the first presenter, Mumo, who, my question to you is, if you considered cases like the post-election violence that happened where a neighbor butchered another, what solutions can you provide? Because then what happened to Ubuntu that time and many other cases that we may have in Africa? My other question is to Father Online, Father Cosmas, Dr. Cosmas. And my question to you is, sometimes peace without force is possible where there is goodwill of those who are in that conflict situation. So where there is no goodwill, how do we take care of that problem based on your reference to the Pope's teaching? My other question is, you introduced the element of Jesus Christ as one way of taking care of this challenge. And my question to you is, how do we manage that in a non-Christian community where there is conflict? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. Now I'm giving each presenter, I think, 2 minutes each, because we are behind time. Dominic Mutuku, karibu.
So I have a few questions here to answer. I'm trying to read. Sometimes I write what I don't understand, what I cannot read. I'd like to combine the first question from Cecilia with the third question from Opio, because they are similar. They are about prioritizing or putting the community before the individual. And what does that mean to the individual? And I would say that when we say that Ubuntu gives a priority to the community, but at the same time it does not neglect the individual. In fact, the community is built for the sake of the individuals who are there. And a good community translates to good individuals, necessarily, because that's where we flourish. It's like Aristotle talking about the polis. If the polis is good, then the life of the citizens is automatically good. Think about a school. If a school is good, then the life of the students who are there is good. But if the school is bad, then the lives of the students who are there is also translates to be bad. So having a good community translates to the flourishing of the individuals. The community is not for its own sake, but for the common arms. So yes, it is possible to have peace. We are just looking for the right vehicle that can take us to where peace is. There was a question, I think the name said Ochieng, and asked, is Ubuntu applicable when it has already failed? There's an he observes that Ubuntu has already failed. Well, what I would say is that it is challenged by many factors, but I don't think that it has really totally failed. I don't think it's a failed endeavor or a failed vision. What we are struggling with, particularly in Africa, we have a lot of influence from the outside world, because the world is becoming a global village. So you can imagine the pressure from the West. Europe, America, elsewhere, in terms of culture, in terms of digitization, the way we are talking about these technologies. So it really puts a lot of pressure. But it does not mean that Ubuntu is irrelevant, and it does not mean that it cannot be used. And therefore, if we could find a way of reviving an education that is based on Ubuntu, then it's a good and sure vehicle. You gave the example of slavery. Africans did not enslave themselves. They were taken into slavery by the West. So that was not a sin of Ubuntu. It was a sin of the West. You have spoken about things like to do with the tribal crashes and all that. But many times when you fight these tribal crashes, they still have a lot of influence from the Western world, like the way somebody spoke about this competition for minerals.
The nature, because the nature of man.
Please return. How many minutes for lunch? Is it 20?
We pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. We give you thanks, dear Lord, for the gift of peace. And as we talk about peace, may you bless us that we may have peace in our hearts and minds. May you also bless the meal that we share together. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much. Someone will whip you back to the hall in case you delay. Please take it kindly. Thank you very much. Yeah, you are the one who is
Yes, I'll be
Congratulations, you had a lot of questions.
Yeah, that means
year experience working with communities, helping them to preserve this peace heritage. From what we learned by working with the community is that peace is an abstract concept. So what we wanted to do with the community is to make this abstract concept something tangible, because peace is intangible. It's a philosophical concept, it's intangible. So we wanted to, to make this concept tangible so that communities can come, interact with that, that culture, and then they learn from that. And what we noticed is that our communities, because we worked with over 30 communities, they have very rich traditions. These traditions are rooted in communal relationships, and they have spiritual connections. We also noted that these traditions are passed from one generation to another. We are beneficiaries of those traditions. We also noted that conflicts, because there are conflicts, even if we have a very rich peacemaking traditions, we have conflicts, but we noted that these conflicts often arise from external manipulation rather than intrinsic cultural discord. So that is what we noticed in our research. So going to slide number 2 on holistic concept of peace, we noticed that peace is more than absence of violence. So peace is more than absence of conflict. As my colleagues have noticed, peace is broad. Peace is comprehensive concept encompassing multiple dimensions. Now, in these dimensions, we noted that peace is about how individuals relate to one another. Peace is about relationship. It's also about relationship with the environment. And it is also about connection with the spiritual entities, connection with the Supreme Being, and connection with the ancestors. And that's why in many communities, when a mogumo tree falls down, then a ceremony has to be conducted. Or when something has to be done in order to restore that relationship. So communities experience peace when this relationship with the maker, relationship with the environment, and the relationship with ancestors is restored. And that's why today, when we lose our relatives, we have to bury them in a decent way. You've heard of cases where people have refused to go home because of some issues. This is true. It's about peace. And when we look at peace from an African philosophical point of view, then it's about relationship with the Supreme Being, relationship with the environment, relationship with the elders, and relationship with the ancestors. My colleagues have talked about Ubuntu. And when we were doing our research, we noticed that the closest concept that can help us understand what Ubuntu is a Kiswahili term, utu. For those who speak Kiswahili can relate with that, utu. And our languages, we have a similar concept. Utu, and a good example is like the tortoise, the character of a tortoise. There are some things like the tortoise, the character of a tortoise. There are some communities that cannot, harm some animals because of the attachment they have. We also have cultural objects. There are so many. Having worked with community peace museums, we were able to collect those artifacts that communities respect because of the meaning that they symbolize. So I said what you are trying to do is to help communities, is to make this abstract concept, this intangible concept, tangible, so that communities can interact with, can touch, they can feel, and they can relate with. Now, when we look at peace terminologies from different communities, slide number 4, if you're presenting, we see different communities have different words for peace. I want to mention a few, like the Maasai. The term for peace among the Maasai is osotua. Osotua means beauty. So among the Maasai, when there is no peace, there is no beauty. Meaning they cannot enjoy the beauty of the environment when they are. The same word is used during prayers. And among the Ageko is dayo, meaning, social calm and unity. So there are many, we can give examples from different communities, but what we get from these communities is that the concept of peace is ingrained, is integrated in their normal conversation. So you cannot, it is ingrained even in our structures of our languages. So that's when we talk about, and that's why if you wake up in the morning and you fail to greet your neighbor, then there is something wrong with you. In fact, if you fail to greet your neighbor, what you are doing is that you are excommunicating yourself from the community. In many communities, greetings and peace are related. In fact, they use the same word. So it shows how peace is ingrained in our languages. Now, for us to understand the meaning of peace, we have to understand how Africans and misfortunes in many African communities indicate a moral disorder in relationship. And that's why whenever there was conflict in relationship, and that's why whenever there was conflict in many African communities, something had to be done to restore that relationship. Now, conflict has a spiritual dimension. And this one, I'm in slide number 6, and this one, I got it from a story that I was given by one elder, a Maasai elder, who gave me a story of when they were young, when they were Moland. And one day they decided to go out and lead, Maasai keep on leading, especially during the initiation ceremony. But even when they are going for leading, they must follow some rules. And one of the rules is that you should not harm children, you should not harm women. So, and neighboring communities knew that when that during initiation ceremony, the Morans, will come and lead their homesteads. And what they would do is that they would run away. So the Maasai gave me this story that one day they were going through the initiation ceremony. They decided to lead a neighboring village. So, as usual, neighbors fled the village, but then they forgot one child who was asleep. So they did not run away with the child. So they came, the neighbors had run away, and then the Moland came and they started ransacking the house. And one guy, because there was nothing to eat, he became angry. So what he did, he picked the child. There was some boiling water, and he dipped the child in the boiling water. And then they went back. Then after many years, but the fellow Morans noticed what had happened. So after many years, their colleagues got married, and they had families, and they got children. But this guy who killed this infant never got a child. Even after marrying more than 3 wives, he never got a child. So after inquiring, he was told what happened. So that tells us, shows us the spiritual dimension of peace, of conflicts in African communities. That even when there is conflict, then we had to preserve life. And because of time, I want to talk about how African communities have institutionalized this concept of peace. Because in many African communities, we have peacemaking institutions. We have council of elders. In every community, there is a council of elders, and they have some rules and regulations that guide them, in restoring order in their community. So the role of elders is indispensable. You cannot do away with the elders. At the same time, every member of the community, children, women, and even men had a role in peacekeeping. And I'll give an example of, I'll talk about the role of women in peacemaking among the Maasai. And among the Maasai, from our research, we realized that women were not supposed to be harmed. Women were not supposed to be harmed. So they were supposed to be their lives were supposed to be preserved. So Maasai women, they had the foreign peace interventions. So learning away from the Amanyatas, women are supposed to remain in the homesteads, but if warriors went leading, what women would do is that they would run away from home. And then, so what women, when there was conflict, women would also use their belts to stop fighting. And there are such documented traditions, not only among the Maasai, but even in other communities, that women would employ to make sure that there is peace in their communities. And then, when there was conflict, if there was bloodshed, then there were ceremonies that were conducted in order to restore order. Because among the Lebdire, for instance, if a person committed a crime like killing somebody, he became an aromatic. Yani, he was not, how do I put it? He doesn't smell nicely. So if somebody committed a crime like killing, he became unromantic and unclean. And he had to be excommunicated from the community. So he had to be sent away for some time in a small hut outside the main village. And then for him to come back, he would be cleansed, and then an animal would be slaughtered in order for cleansing purposes. So what this tells us is that in African communities, we respected life. Life was sacred, and no one was allowed to heal or to harm, to kill or to harm others. So there is a lot that we can talk about, African concept of peace. But I want to conclude by saying that the African concept of peace is holistic and communal. I think my colleagues have talked about that. And then peace encompasses the relationship with people, environment, and spiritual forces. And traditional institutions provide effective conflict resolution mechanisms, and rituals and symbols create lasting peace through reconciliation. And the other point is that women play a crucial role in peacemaking, and contemporary peace initiatives can learn from African traditions. So what we are doing, or what we do at the Community Peace Museums, is to make this heritage, tangible, something that can be interacted with. And our conference today is about digitization. So the question that we need to ask ourselves, if it is possible to make peace something tangible, is it possible now to make peace, this peace heritage? Is it possible to document it? So that is the question that we need to ask ourselves by the end of this conference. Thank you very much.
Yes, give him a round of applause. Thank you. So please put down your questions even as we wait for other presenters. I would like to invite Nyaga Anastasio, presenting on digital literacy as a tool for conscience formation and peace education in contemporary Africa. After that, we have our online presenter, please. Thank you. 15 minutes, if you can please just select the main points. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to you all. I I will read because you can follow from the slides. I will not explain a lot because for the purpose of the time. So, as you can see from the slides, we want to have a look at digital literacy as a tool for conscience formation and peace education in the contemporary Africa. A digital literacy, that's education about digital technologies that we have. The 21st century African educational landscape today is shaped by digital technologies that mediate learning, social interaction, and access to information. Smartphones, social media platforms, online learning environments, and digital information networks are now part and parcel to our formal and informal education across African continent. While these technologies expand access to knowledge and enhance cognitive development, they also influence moral perception, ethical decision making, and also attitudes of learners towards social cohesion and peaceful coexistence. So what is watched, what the content they get, it has enormous influence. The digital learning environments shape not only the cognitive skills of learners, but also perception. They also shape their judgment and attitudes, especially towards peaceful coexistence. Therefore, this work want to examine digital literacy as a formative tool for the development of human conscience and peace education in the contemporary Africa. When you talk about conscience formation, it's a process by which individual develops the capacity to discern the right from the wrong. Also capacity to cultivate moral awareness and make decisions, ethical decisions, in alignment with the principles of truth, justice, and responsibility. So these principles emanate from how the conscience is formed. What is truth, what is justice, and how to be responsible. Now, this study is going to be guided, or this work is going to be guided by 3 objectives, which you are going to see very fast. The first objective will look at the conceptual relationship between digital literacy, conscience formation, and also educational peace within African educational context. So what is the relationship between these 3 concepts? And then the second one will analyze the challenges posed by digital culture to conscience formation. Because digital culture is affecting our conscience, how we make decisions, and also peace education in African learning environments. The third objective will be an education, to propose now an education framework that will integrate digital literacy with ethical reflection and peace-oriented education, drawing from UNESCO's peace education principles. So these will be 3 objectives that you are going to guide this work. Now we start with the first objective, digital literacy, conscience formation, and peace education. What is their conceptual relationship? Digital literacy is the ability to critically analyze digital content, recognize bias and misinformation, engage in responsible communication, and make informed ethical decisions online. So it is more than technical proficiency. We know a number of us have technical skills about these digital technologies, but we are not talking about technical skills. It's more about how we analyze this content we get from it, how we can recognize bias. You know, something is so much biased, you know, but we take it literally. Sometimes there is misinformation, and we continue posting those misinformation simply because they are in our gadgets. Therefore, the ability now to know which is which, that's what we are calling now digital literacy. Conscience, in this case, involves cultivating a reflective interior life, moral discernment, and commitment commitment to truth and justice, because conscience will tell you this is right, this is wrong. This is what I want, I can post or I can share, and this cannot share. Because that which you share, then it will bring conflicts in terms of peace. Then peace education aims to develop learners' capacities for non-violence, conflict resolution, reconciliation, and social harmony. Therefore, now in African context, these three dimensions, that is digital literacy, conscience formation, and peace education, intersect. Yeah, they relate. Digital literacy, for example, provides the tools through which learners assess diverse cultural, social, and ethical perspectives. So we can learn a lot from when you have this digital literacy, when we are educated about them. Conscious formation will guide the moral evaluation of this digital content that we get. Peace education frames ethical engagement in ways that promote respect for diversity, dialogue, and social cohesion. Consequently, as a result, the three equip learners to navigate digitally mediated societies responsibly, ethically, and peacefully. These three concepts. Now, what are the challenges that digital culture in Africa in educational context? What are challenges of digital culture in African educational context? We want to note that despite the potential digital culture represents, it also presents challenges to conscience formation and peace education. So we recognize the potentials. We are not only looking from the positive dimension, it has a lot of potentials, but then it has a lot of also negatives. For one, it has what we call information overload. Learners are exposed to very fast amounts of unfiltered content, making it very difficult to discern what is credible information or what is not. So there is bombardment of a lot of information, so that you don't know which one to you is useful and which one is not. Then we have algorithmic influence, which shapes what information people see, how they think, and how they behave, and influence their moral judgment. In fact, a lot of things people do nowadays, they are influenced by digital technology. Even fashions, even wearing. If you see someone wearing like this, many people will copy into that. So there is a lot of influence about our thinking, our even what we see. All these will influence us. Then there is moral relativism. A digital platform can promote relativistic perspectives that weaken shared ethical standards and social responsibility, hence affecting peaceful coexistence. There is also misinformation, online hate, and online hate speech that has been spoken a lot by previous presenters. False inflammatory digital content can trigger ethnic, religious, and political tensions in culturally diverse African societies. So the misinformation which is there can bring a lot of conflicts among different people in the society. There is also instrumentalization of identity, in which online spaces may exploit cultural, ethnic, or religious identities to manipulate opinions or mobilize conflict, which has been happening also. These challenges highlight the urgent need for education strategies that will integrate critical literacy, digital literacy, with ethical and peace-oriented reflection. Now, the last objective, we want now to propose an education framework that will enhance, let's say, positive use of digital content. Number one, we need to have what we call critical evaluation of digital content. Learners need to be trained to assess credibility, what is credible, recognize biases, and also verify the information that comes with these digital technologies. The second thing that need to be enhanced is responsible digital participation. So we are not only participating one way, we need ethical guidelines that promote respectful online behavior, issues of accountability, and constructive engagement. When we are getting engaged with our digital technologies, we need to be constructive so that what we see and what we hear may be helpful. Then, the integrative education framework, which this study proposes, aligns with the UNESCO's peace education principles, which emphasize active learning, social responsibility, and conflict resolution. That is from UNESCO's education principles. And UNESCO has also given the 21st century pillars in education, which also go in line with these principles. Similarly, African Union Agenda 2063 also proposes such an education framework which innovations in inclusive development, unity, and sustainable peace, guided by moral responsibility. So what are we saying? There is a slide which is very important here, which I've jumped. You see this, the last bullet here. In a nutshell, what we are saying, digital literacy ensures that learners become critical consumers of every digital content that they interact with. So whatever comes to us, we need to have, when we are consuming it, if I use this word, we need to be critically, informed so that we don't simply take whatever comes with the digital technologies. Now, as a conclusion, digital literacy, when intentionally integrated with conscious formation and peace education, could offer a transformative pedagogical tool in contemporary African education. That is, if our conscience are well formed, we're able to discern what content, brings out about good decision making, and also that will not bring conflicts when it is, for example, posted around or used around. By cultivating critical judgment and moral responsibility, education can prepare learners to engage digital environments prudently and ethically, which I think is very important, that the role of education now, especially in the 21st century, in the era of digital technologies, we need a lot of preparedness of the learners, not only to have skills, what theoretical skills, but also to have that humanness, that conscience that tells me whatever is being proposed, the education that is being proposed to me, I should use it this way and that way. And that's the end of my presentation. Thanks much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Nyaga, for your presentation. Okay, Father Cosmas is on. Father Cosmas had questions from the previous presentation, and if you can hear me, Doctor, if you can kindly just summarize them, the responses, and then we are able to save on time. So can you hear us, please?
Because in the word peace is words are fought in order to bring peace, like the Gospel would say. But the peace that Jesus gives is the peace that shows that power, true power, does not redeem. It is not worldly power that redeems. I think it was Pope Benedict that said at his inaugural mass that it is not power that redeems, but love. So the Pope was talking from that point of view. And then if you go to a family, we see the the family gathered together, all the children, everyone is very peaceful, and you ask, how is it so? They say, because they've been educated to stay that way. So when we go to a family that the parents use force, it doesn't always work. And the people are seeing that in the world, they have used this force, deterrence, but they still work in the world. So he wants us to use a model that is Christ-like. And then the second question. So we are Christians, and we talk from the point of view of our background in faith. But Jesus, the Pope is inviting us to go to the world and dialogue even with those who are not Christians. But we go with what we have. We can't offer what we don't have, as someone said. And so we go with our own point of view, not to change practically those who may not want. And then you know that in the world there's multiculturality, there's multi-religion. So we allow others. But God also, even the Second Vatican Council says that even those who are not, maybe not just because of not their fault, could not become Christian, they have a way of reasoning. And then if they follow that reason and their consciences, they can still arrive at peace. And if I use my reason, I know that I cannot destroy others if I want to bring serenity to the world. So harmony does not come by destroying. So that's the way of educating, both with reason.
Thank you.
Faith. And so there was a question also from Thomas that said, how is it possible? Because we are Africans that are always victims, almost always victims. That is not wrong. But what I think it's also true that many Africans, especially those in authority, are also using power. They use arms to hurt their brothers and sisters without even remembering that we are all in the same boat. So it is possible. What the Pope is asking us, because the Pope is writing the letter to the whole world, that Africa is part of the world, so Christians in Africa are to also remember that there is a disarmament of the heart and mind. So in the first place, the attitude, we can be very violent also if we are not, if we don't disarm our ways of thought. Even the book talked about, sometimes we mentioned the disarming words, even the words, not only the arms that we use to fight. So that's briefly.
Okay.
I'm going to leave. There was another question also I heard that.
If you can, that's.
We are training.
Excuse me.
I think that would be addiction. So.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cosmas, for that response. We look forward to reading the paper later. And there's a component that you missed. Maybe later in the paper you can think about the goodwill of the protagonists, you know, those involved. And sometimes when they are not, there's no goodwill, political or any other, then it's difficult to resolve. Okay, thank you very much for your indulgence. Now, we have the next presentation by Omojola. Are they there or not? No. They are there? He's presenting. So we request kindly that if you can summarize your presentation, if possible, even in 10 minutes, you'll have done us justice because of the constraint of time. So welcome, please. Omojola, presenting a paper on governance, democracy, election, post-election violence, and education for peace in the digital culture. Are you there? Hello?
Yes.
Please proceed. If you can summarize, please, in less than 15 minutes. Thank you. Please proceed. Can you hear us? Omojola? Is there a net channel? Please speak, we are listening. Hello, please. Can you hear us, Omojola? I don't know whether it's Omojola or Chuku Winke. I don't know who is on the floor. There is Mokuye and then Omojola. If there's difficulty, we can give the next presenter and just alert them because time is not on our side. Alfred Mivule, please welcome. You are presenting on misinformation, cyberbullying, radicalization, and hate speech. When you see me standing, you start packing your belongings. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Buya. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alfred Mivule, and I'm a student here at Tangaza in my third year of philosophy. This paper is a philosophical reflection on the educational responses to misinformation, cyberbullying, radicalization, and hate speech. I am very sure most of you have a copy of the abstract. I'll skip that. I'll go straight to the introduction. So the ICT department is trying to bring to you the slides. So I'll just begin meanwhile. This paper is my own thought on the whole topic of education in Africa and the digitalization of Africa. I looked at it in an ethical perspective and in terms of how the former philosophers had already dealt with these problems. Primitive societies, like the Hobbesian state of nature, can be excused for confusion and disorder because they lacked education. They fought for resources, ego, and for the sake of it. Unfortunately, the same script appears to be followed by the current society, which is educated, connected, and advanced in both science and technology. For example, we saw on New Year's Day, 2026, America invading Venezuela. We saw 5 years ago, Russia invading Ukraine. Uganda has been threatening to invade Kenya to take the coast. And China is threatening Taiwan. All this shows that our education needs to be curated to enhance peace, especially in our resource-filled Africa. Yes, modern science has improved lives. Digital connectivity has been embraced in Africa. There is cause to hope for a good future, but it has come with a lot of challenges, and these are the ones I'm addressing: misinformation, cyberbullying, radicalization, and hate speech. Misinformation is false, inaccurate, incorrect, or misleading information. A true philosopher would have problems with this definition because somehow the definiendum appears as if it is there in the definiens, but I wanted to just make sure that misinformation does not necessarily mean that the one giving the information is malicious. That is nowadays termed malinformation. So, and it does not necessarily mean that someone is intending to dupe, without being malicious, but to dupe the listeners. That could be called disinformation. But all of these stem from ignorance and naivety on the part of the one giving information and the one who is receiving information. Misinformation spreads like wildfire. It spreads very fast. For example, during Hitler's time, he had what they called the propaganda machine, and it was sponsored by his government, called the Reich, to spread false news. In Uganda, where I come from, we had a president called Idi Amin, very infamous, but he used to assure people that he has control of the country, even when he was losing territory. up to the last moment. Somebody could go to the television set and to the radio, national radio, and assure the population that things are in control up to the last day when he was ousted. This shows the danger of misinformation. When you look at what is happening in the United States, the MAGA, a sub-branch of the Republicans, are lying to the Americans that vaccines are dangerous. So they are making people to fear using vaccines. So it is my opinion that one without expertise on a subject should refrain from giving opinion. Rigorous study, research, and education should precede debates. Africa should invest in research. Africa should be able and should foster research and should help its thinkers to live here in Africa without running away. So it is the case that there is too much information streaming into people's minds. Although the owners of big techs and social media platforms like Elon Musk have brought in technology like Grok to counter this misinformation, but it's not enough. There has to be a lot to be done. Now, there is a French philosopher called Jean Baudrillard. He had talked about this stream of information, too much information happening. It's a distraction. He called it simulacra and simulation. A simulacrum is false information. It's an image without reality. It is like what people are getting nowadays online. Most of the things on TikTok, it is a struggle to find original content on TikTok. So, too much of simulation causes hyper-reality, whereby there is a problem where one cannot distinguish between what is real and what is not real. So the education in Africa should combat misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. The kind of information people receive through mainstream media and digital spaces influences their thinking patterns, and decision-making. And this, in turn, influences the decisions they take, and these decisions lead to actions which can be morally right or wrong. Number two, cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is when users of digital spaces experience threats, humiliation, or harassment from other users. It is experienced when an individual, all individuals attack another, sometimes due to difference in opinion, to the end that the attacked user may feel defeated altogether. There is an instance that happened 3 years ago. A Kenyan blogger went to Uganda. Vlogger or blogger went to Uganda. She was excited to see Uganda. She calls herself Miss Rudy. Then she mentioned that she has never expected there are national parks in Uganda. This angered some sections of the digital users, and they went ahead, attacked her. They did not even take time to understand that this was her first experience in Kenya. People who do cyberbullying, the bullies, are always intolerant, dismissive, and very insensitive. Now, this is because of the inadequate education people receive in Africa. It's only because people are literate, but they are not educated. When Plato, in his Republic, dealt with the issue of education, he was thinking that education should be intended to create a just, harmonious society, enabling individuals to be virtuous. To be virtuous is to be a morally good person. So it defeats the purpose of education when educated people live and behave worse than the uneducated. Most of the conversations I see online are insults. I don't know whether I have the bad algorithm. They are back and forth conversation which amount to nothing at the end of it all. So, but the other side of it is that cyberbullying causes a lot of harm, and this is against what we want to create as a society of peace, a society where every individual feels at home. Plato calls society an individual writ large, an enlarged individual. So it should be that no member of the society experiences bullying online to the end that they even consider taking their lives. Number 3 is about radicalization. Radicalization is a regression towards extreme views of either side. It is a process that springs from misinformation and cyberbullying and boomerangs back to the same. Like one slowly starts to adopt extreme views on life in opposition to the prevailing attitudes. The views can be about religion, politics, or social welfare. These views can be extreme liberal or extreme conservative. So sometimes those who are radicalized tend to think they are correcting the society, correcting in quotes. It causes a feeling of anger towards those who are not radicalized. And unfortunately, the youth are the main targets. Now, the educated youths in Africa are the targets of extreme radical groups. For example, the youths in eastern Kenya along the coast and in those counties of Wajir, Mandera, near Somalia are very much prone to joining or to being recruited by Al-Shabaab. This is a problem in education. Education is insufficient. It is not helping the learners to be creative and innovative. But education should. Education in Africa should encourage learners to be productive and bring value, not to be idle and wait for value. So, when you look at what Viktor Frankl was meditating about in his logotherapy, he talked about the inherent search for meaning, a topic which is big in psychology. This search for meaning is an existential void that every individual wants to fill. Now, humans are drawn to ideologies that help them fill this void so that they can have a sense of their reality. Radical ideologies sometimes offer this help. So education in Africa should address this concern too, that a young learned African is balanced and can neither sway to the far right and not to the far left. Fourth is hate speech. Hate speech is public speech or even writing that is discriminatory, biased, or prejudiced of an individual or a group. It is often offensive towards others' ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, race, etc. It is like a disdain towards those who are not different, towards those who are different from us. It's a hate, as it says. It's hate speech. While many researchers have dealt with this topic, very few have been able to point out the root cause of hate speech. The root cause is here: poor education, insufficient education. A truly educated person is one who has shed off all prejudices and clearly sees through the pedestrian stories that push agendas. Like the man moving from the cave in Plato's allegory of the cave, an educated man should take painful effort of shattering the chains of hate. It is like an ecdysis, a shedding off of skin that comes at a cost, whereby one has to confront one's tribe, the limits of one's religion, the understanding of sex and sexuality, challenged by the education one receives. And there is a new facet of this hate speech that has come in Africa that is coming like demonization of all whites. It's a sort of reverse racism. When you look at what is happening in South Africa, the xenophobia experience, you see how the Zulu look at Nigerians as invaders. It is hate. Hate speech fuels these movements. When you look at people who generalize that all, a certain ethnic group are all witches, that is hate speech, because it is a fallacy, a logical fallacy of hate generalization. So those who do hate speech online and here in our day-to-day lives tend to think they are giving honest opinions about reality. They are Kantian, they say. If the truth shall kill them, let them die. But I propose that it is more prudent that if the truth shall kill them, then I'll not say it. Or, if the truth shall kill them, then I'll say it in a way that does not hurt, in a way that builds, in a way that empowers. Echoing the words of John Stuart Mill, who proposed that we should maximize happiness and minimize pain. In conclusion, I have noticed that misinformation and cyberbullying can lead to extreme radical groups, and radicalization, since it makes one intolerant, can lead to hate and violence. So hate speech in digital spaces qualifies to be cyberbullying, and radicalized people suffer due to indoctrination and misinformation. So these four evils are interconnected, with one leading to the other. The pedagogical methods and content in Africa have so far failed to address these problems, and this presentation has argued that education should play a role in confronting them and maximizing the happiness of learners, thus reducing suffering. In this way, we shall have a virtuous society in Africa filled with happiness, peace, and harmony. Thank you for listening.
Wow, let's give Alfred a clap. Give him a good clap because of this reason that he is one of our students in third year philosophy at Tangaza. And so thank you, Alfred, for the courage to share your thoughts and ideas with this symposium. I would like to give one more presenter a chance, then we can ask, questions, at least one for each of the presenters. I don't know whether the online people are there or not. If not, there. Huh? Cannot speak? Oh, not yet, okay, fine. So we can have one more, John Joseph Anthony. If you can come and present your paper, please, in less than 15 minutes. If you can manage, that would help us. Just to mention that there was a small typo. If you have the program, that is not his title. His title is different. It's going to tell us as he presents.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, House of Intellectuals. So I am John Joseph, as I mentioned, a student of Queer, mastered first year. So I'm very grateful for giving this chance to present to you the topic which is stated: governance, democracy, erection and post-erection violence in the concept for peace in Africa. So first of all, we need to ask ourselves, why Africa? Because the moment we talk about peace, as Socrates illustrated, that an examined life is not worth living. So we need to start from ourselves before we go to others. We need to look at the roots of us African. So, as the previous presenter, they talk about two concepts. In order to understand about this concept of governance, democracy, election, and post-election violence, we need to go hand in hand with those two concepts. The first one is concerned with the concept of Ubuntu. So, when we talk about Ubuntu now, we need to take that concept of Ubuntu in our globalization words. So we need to take it in a different manner, not in a way which before the colonization or our ancient was there, they were just used to live. So for us, we need to take it in a different way, in a modern way, that we live together as a brother and sister for the sake, as the first presenter or the keynote speaker, when he said that we need to live under divine law, that everything which you are believing it, we need to put God first so that we can be able to maintain peace. Then the second one concept is about the state of nature. We need to understand the state of nature before we deeper or involve on this concept of democracy governance, election, and post-election violence. So for me, I go hand in hand with the concept of John Locke, who believed that before everything, human, he was a reasonable being. So for him, he was moral, capable for existing without governed by anything. It is only because of property which he owned now force him at least to make a certain things which can be able to govern him. That is what he called him as the government. Then when we look also to Rousseau, he just spoken also about, for us, it is only the matter of state or the society, or which in our African way we call Ubuntu, and the property, the one just make us to form the government so that we can be able to lead by ourselves. Therefore, from the abstract itself, if you see it very well, you see that there is major word which is supposed to be at the part of concern. The first one is governance, because why governance? As what I said, because our dignity as human being is going slow down day after day. Then, when we talk about governance, it's supposed to go hand in hand with democracy. So, the moment you understand what democracy is, you can be able to bear now and act as a good citizen, or when you are a leader, so that you can be able to enhance time for election to be a peaceful election. So let us understand what are the main things which you need to know from this topic. So the main thesis here, are we going to delve or to start on an argument that stated that weak governance structures significantly contribute to election and post-election violence in Africa by undermining trust in democratic institutions. So in this part, I will just divided my main argument into two formats. The first format I will argue for, mean that I will accept that this argument of that weak governance are the source of election and post-election violence. Then the second part, I will argue against, or I will argue contra in a Latin form. So in argument contra, I will show how not only the weak governments can be the source of election and post-election violence. Even the good governance can be also the source of election and post-election violence. So beginning with the first part of arguments, which is argument 4. The first point which I want to argue with you is stated that weak independence of the Electoral Commission and so judicial response. So as you know, institutions such as parliament, courts, electoral bodies, and administrative agents translate governance into concrete structure that regulates societal interaction. So if their work is to regulate and moderate, so the moment when they fail to govern and control by themselves, they bring disaster to the nation. The good example which I can delve on it is the one of election which happened here in Kenya at the year 2007 and 2008. So remember that time is the time where Mwai Kibaki and Raila Odinga were the main candidates. Because of the weak electoral commission, we know that this Mwai Kibaki was being announced as the winner by the Kenyan Commission. But at the end, we found that Raila Odinga was just disputed that result. Then at the end, what happened? Because now the decision was half to half. Then it caused thousands of people to be killed and thousands of people also to be displaced. So because of that things, we see that when we have a weak electoral government, can also be a source of violence after election. The second point, which it is go hand in hand with my main thesis here, it is corruption and electoral malpractice. The moment we talk about corruption, we talk about the rule of law. Because, you know, as citizens, there's something which is supposed to govern. So the rule of law is understood as the ethical and the practice backbone of governance. So ensuring that all members of society, including leaders, are accountable to the same set of rules. So that is the one of major function of rule of law. So it's to prevent arbitrary exercise of power. So therefore, the failure or ignore of this rule of law, it led to politicized or selective enforced governance collapse into chaos, and the political orders become fragile, often leading to unless corruption and social division, in which the good example can just refer to the one election of Cote d'Ivoire in the year 2010 to 2011. I know most of you are aware of what happened for both that the candidate Laurent Gbagbo and Alain Ouattara, in which in that time both of them, they are being announced by themselves as the leaders, until the year when the one who was being arrested, it is when now peace maintained at the country. So the third point, it is about political impunity for a repeated cycle of violence. So here, the moment when there is no any action which is taken to any leader who acts as a source of violence during election or after election, it may cause also unpeaceful to the society. As we see on Zimbabwe election on 2008, in which because of not taking care of the candidate leaders who are being who are intimidated and attack opposition supporter, so they led some people to be killed there. Then let us move to the second part, which talk about the argument against. So concerning with the argument against, for me, on this second part, I just have only 3 points in which I just elaborated very short. I just mentioned, then I will explain in at a whole. So here I just shown that not only we government can cause election or post-election violence, but also when you have a very strong governance, when there is no a very clear stability, they can also cause violence in the nations. So the first point here is about election violence can occur even under relative strong governance. Then the second one on this part is ethical identity and historical conflict play an independent law. So we need to talk about our ethnicity, especially to our leaders. Then the third one is peaceful election can occur despite weak governance. So here we talk about mostly when we talk about institutions. So I mean that election may be peaceful even in nation with weak institution. So the moment we can say that, oh, because this political this institution is very weak, so they can able not to maintain to apply a free and fair election. We just given the good example from Ghana. In the year 2016, they are able, despite of having a weak institution, so the government, they are able to maintain peace after election. Therefore, I would like to leave with the question for you of discussion. So ask yourself, can the people actually be governed? If it is yes, is it reasonable to expect citizens to behave logically or do history, identity, and inequality influence their decision in a way that make democratic living more difficult? And lastly, we need to ask ourselves, are democracies merely about periodic election? Thanks very much for the listening.
Okay, please give him a clap. Thank you, John Joseph Anthony, for your presentation. Yes, please allow us to take one more presenter who is presenting from Zimbabwe, and then we shall ask questions as fast as it is possible. Norman Chivasa, if you can hear me, please, less than 15 minutes. If you can make in 10, you would have done us justice because of time constraint. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. May I give my presentation?
Yes, please. Yes, go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Hello?
Hello? Please go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Can you?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, we can see your presentation. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, we can see your presentation, but your background, please. There are a lot of noise on your background. Huh? Please, can you mute yourself? Norman, are you using two gadgets? Use only one gadget, please. Hello? Huh? Please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, please. Go ahead. Good afternoon. Do you have two gadgets? Use only one gadget. And don't listen to yourself, please.
Can you share my presentation?
Did you send it to us? Yeah, we can see. Please, go ahead.
My presentation.
We are going to share. Can you just speak, please? Huh? Cosmos. Cosmos, are you still there? Father Cosmos, please mute. Father Cosmos from Italy, mute. Are you able to mute him? Yeah.
Yes.
We are sorry, Norman, there is some kind of disruption to your presentation. We request that you proceed even if you cannot see your presentation as we work on muting the noise, please. So proceed, Norman. My goodness. It's not possible.
Okay, can I share from this side then? If you are not able to do it.
You just speak, please. Just do your presentation. Go ahead, please. Yes. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Norman Chivasa. I'm presenting on the title From a Peace Tradition. now Zimbabwe emerged from a protracted conflict between majority black Africans and the minority European settlers. So Zimbabwe attained independence in 1980 after this protracted conflict. So in terms of cultural resistance and peace tradition, as I've alluded later on, I have limited myself to the concept of peace. I've limited myself to how it is understood in tradition in our Shona society, that is peace as equilibrium, as harmony, as interdependence between human beings, their ancestral spirits, God with a capital letter G, G-O-A, G-O-D, and the environment. This is in contrast to the liberal peace, which defines peace as negative and positive peace. With negative peace, it means the absence of direct violence, where you see people fighting, holding guns, etc. And positive peace, which relates to the presence of equality, gender equality, justice, material well-being, among other things. So I have distanced myself from this conceptualization because I'm limiting myself to how peace is understood within the Shona society. Let's move on to the next slide. In terms of methodology, I've already highlighted that I've used the Afrocentric, which is contextual, it's historical, and contextual, it builds on people's lived experiences, their cultures, their everyday life. I have also highlighted that I will use the conceptual analysis. Concepts are critical. One of the concepts that I have used is the concept of peace. I do understand that there is no agreement or there is no similar definition of the concept of peace. But in this case, it's important. I've focused on how peace is historically been understood, how it is perceived among the Shona people. For them to say there is peace, there are certain features. For example, one of the features is that when a family is living in harmony, there is no one who is sick, people are going, children are going to school, everything seems normal. That is interpreted as peace in the Shona society. And the underlying thing is that Shona people believe that when people are living in such or experiencing such kind of harmony, that means they are, for those that believe in Christianity, they believe that they are in harmony. For those that subscribe to African traditional religion, they believe that they are also in harmony with the ancestral spirit. So peace in this sense, it is understood as a process that is being sanctioned by God and the ancestors. And this is different from the liberal peace, where you need a strong government with strong and effective institutions that makes sure that people have goods and services, they have security. So the major difference with the Shona peace tradition is that the liberal peace does not have the idea of God. God is not part of the equation of peace, whereas the Shona tradition, God and the ancestors, human beings and the environment, they are part of the equation of peace. So the responsibility of human beings in the Shona peace tradition is that human beings, they do not create peace, they sustain peace. But in the liberal peace, what happens is people have to create, they have to come up with institutions that deliver. Actually, the liberal peace uses the trickle-down approach where this comes from the above, and then it goes down to human beings. So this understanding, we can only understand this if we use the Afrocentric methodology. We combine both the Afrocentric and the contextual analysis methodology. Right? Let's move on to the next. I have also alluded to the legal peace. In Zimbabwe, for your information, ever since independence in 1980, Zimbabwe has experienced and presented levels of violence related to conflict and related to elections. For example, after independence in 1980, Zimbabwe instituted a public policy post-conflict framework called the reconciliation policy. The thrust of this policy was to unite whites and blacks. So this policy, it actually overlooked polarization between blacks and blacks. And as a result, that oversight led to the emergence of a conflict in what is popularly known as the Gukura Wood, in which the military was actually used to quell what was considered as insurgents in the Matabeleland region, the western side of Zimbabwe, right? So liberal peace was actually employed, and it actually it expressed itself through the reconciliation policy. After that, then around the 1999, following the emergence of the multi-party partyism in Zimbabwe, election violence erupted around 2002, 2008. It actually reached the unprecedented levels. And then from there, there was a unity government in 2018. There was another policy again, peace building policy again, and organizational healing, integration, and reconciliation. But then it made the paper tighter because it was informed by liberal peace.
Excuse me, please, Norman, if you can give us the summary towards the end. Time is not on our side. Thank you.
All right. So basically, I'm saying that the history of Zimbabwe, particularly post-colonial Zimbabwe, is the history of the dominance of liberal peace approaches. So this is one of the reasons why I am suggesting that there is need to adopt a bottom-up approach using the Shona peace tradition as a framework, right? So my last slide talks about the features of Shona peace tradition. Number one, it subscribes to the philosophy of Ubuntu. Ubuntu, it is also restorative in nature, and it also embraces spirituality. So these aspects, they are not found in the liberal peace tradition. So the relevance of the Shona peace tradition to peace building in Zimbabwe is that the Shona peace tradition is building on local culture, and it embraces restorative conflict resolution. It actually complements formal institutions, and then also it integrates indigenous knowledge system with contemporary peace building model. So in other words, we are saying that for all these years, Zimbabwe came up with more than 5 peace building infrastructures, but still people continue to live peace and make a pipe dream. There is need for the government of Zimbabwe to consider these cultural elements of peace so that we can address the limits of election violence.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Norman. We look forward to get the full paper and read other details that you could not present in that short time. So I want to give the floor an opportunity, if you can just mention who you are asking the question. We had the presentation of Timothy, that of Anastasio Nyaga. Timothy had to leave, but we promised to take his questions. We can answer some, but then those that he needs to answer, we will take to him. Then we have, Alfred, we have John, Joseph, and we have Norman. Please, if you can raise your hand so that the microphone can come where you are. Direct the question, be as brief as you can be. The hands are already here. 3 this side already. Okay. Fine. So if you can say who you are directing it to, and then we can please. Okay.
Thank you. I direct my question to John Joseph Anthony and the last presenter, I think Norman. Anthony and Norman, direct question. Does the Western model of democracy really work for Africa? If you base yourself on Ubuntu, because you did that, and even now, Norman, because Ubuntu, I go back to Ubuntu ontology, the vital force. I am because you are because I am. It's because there's the vital force that connects us together. Now, if I am because you are, this is not democracy. In democracy, I am because you are not. And that's why we're competing in an election. It's only after you have won, then I submit myself to you. So do you think this Western democracy you have discussed works for Africa? Number 2, even Africa after colonialism, our social configuration has been changed. Even not appealing to Ubuntu still, with the current social configuration of Africa, do we think that Western democracy model works, or will be always talking about post-election violence? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Okay, thank you so much. Henry, I'm a first-year student of philosophy. I have 2 questions. The first one goes to Timothy on the question of, is it possible to digitize it? So looking at our traditions being inherited, having spiritual connections, and communal in nature, how effective would digitization be if by the very nature of Ubuntu, it is more of physical and on ground? So if the deterioration or attack is on the culture which is on ground, would really digitization play a bigger role, or we will be just theoretical, as we had in the morning, and which amounts to nothing? The second question goes to Mr. Nyaga on digital literacy. Looks to be focusing on consumers, but we also have people who post that content and own handles, and we may not be exempt, but even those people out there. So some of them, the example I can cite is that some post for money. They want to earn. So in that regard, how can our education integrate the two? The need for economic gain as a person, of course you need to gain, you need to get something, while upholding integrity in that matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's another hand at the back there. Okay, then there and there. Make it brief. Thank you.
Thank you. My first question goes to Timothy Gashanga, and it's regards to, he talked about the native African cultures, but we realized that there is an outcome of different cultures and which have been connoted differently. Like there are those people who have not grown up in the villages, the now urban settings which are turning out to be even more populous than the villages. Let's talk of the urban settings like Nairobi, the slums and all these people. They don't have any inherited cultural heritage because some of them are born from parents who've also been born in this city. The only things they've seen, even if you talk things like there are people who've never experienced, they don't know even what a forest is because they've never been to one. They don't know what these cultural practices are. So how do you integrate them? How do you integrate these modern communities and cultures? My second question goes to Nyaga, Mr. Nyaga, and it's with regards to digital literacy in forming conscious, in assisting to forming conscious. Now my question is, what will be the reference point? And the reason being, We appreciate the fact that different people will be posting different contents for consumerism, and all these contents, people are exposed to them. So how will one be able to know? Because in one point or another, I feel like it creates the same problem of subjectivism in morality, because it depends on how best your content convinces me, then I'll uphold to it. I'll choose this one and leave the other one, and that does not give us a basic grounding for morality.
Thank you.
Now my last question.
If you can give others, please.
Just for the last question kindly, because it's to a different presenter.
Okay.
Yeah. So with regards to my last question is to Alfred, and he talked of most of this with regards to misinformation, cyberbullying, and radicalization as caused by poor education, of which I hold a very contrary belief to that, and maybe if you can make clear and distinct it, simply on the fact that misinformation has always existed pre the digital era, pre-modernism, pre-all this print media. The misinformation has always been passed. Radicalization has always been there. Hate speech has always been there. All these things, it's just that the coming of print media and digital media has given a different platform and a bigger platform for it. So maybe my question would be, is it that, because I feel like it's morality that the problem is not the digital media, it's corrupt, our morality that is corrupt. Because even those things that are being posted now, most of these people who have access to this content are really well informed of what they are doing and accessing these things, and they do it knowing with full knowledge and contemplation, just that they are doing it for what we call for the likes and cloud chasing, as it's commonly known.
Okay, thank you. So please, the last three, please make them as brief as possible, so that we give the presenters an opportunity to respond rather.
Yes, I'm Fidel Masereka, a philosophy student at Tangaza. My first question goes to Mr. Nyaga. Mr. Nyaga, you brought the concept of UNESCO in bridging peace, and UNESCO talks about culture as a tool of bringing peace. My question is, the algorithms that are used on digital are based on Western cultures. How will it help our African young generation to build their conscience in the African way, yet the algorithm they are using is Western based? The second question goes, and if what the locals are giving is differing from what the government is, and if what the locals are giving is differing from what the government is giving, where is misinformation? About the role of elders in bridging peace. I still based on the African politics, where we have elders who are leading. We have Paul Buya, Cameroon, we have His Excellency Museveni, and other old people in Africa who are supposed and whom we look at as elders who should bridge peace. But the mechanisms they are using in elections, after elections, they are not showing peace. How do we justify these occurrences even when we have elders? Citing Ida Odinga said, let Africa look at the young generation and see how to incorporate them in leaders. Not necessarily that elders must lead, but also the young generation have fresh minds to guide us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As the mic goes to the next person, just to tell you that to be old is not equal to an elder in an African context. Yeah, you can be old but not an elder as such. I think so. Okay, so then, okay, go ahead.
This is Father Dominic again. My question goes to Nyaga. Before Nyaga, I'd like to appreciate Alfred for your presentation. Now, Nyaga, I don't know whether my question is going beyond the scope of your paper. It seems like where we are fairly digitally literate, so to speak. And also it looks like conscience is fairly formed. My worry is whether we are ready for expression of that consciousness in the digital spaces. or not? Because after the formation of the consciousness, so what next? Why I say like this is what we have been seeing consistently, like when it comes to matters of interest, communal interest in the digital spaces being suppressed. For example, we have seen the Gen Z course in Kenya that really was a product of the digital space. But somehow some strategies have been employed and that fire has been distinguished, like that conscience has been suppressed. Somebody just down here mentioned the case of what happened in Tanzania during the elections, or even what happened in Uganda the other day, being given a blackout in the digital space. We've seen cases whereby like people blog and bring the communal consciousness in the front of the digital spaces being distinguished, maybe arrested, abducted, you know, stuff like that.
And my question goes to Mevule about misinformation. Now, my question is, can a community claim to be let's say like peaceful in this case where we have misinformation or false beliefs which unite them? Like for example, when we go to our African societies, we have these ancestor spirits and they could solve the issues to do with the inequalities. Now, can a community be sustained by those false beliefs?
Thank you. Thank you. The last one, after the last one, as the mic goes, I will give a chance to the minority, that is Norman, who is online, to take the question that Dr. Mundua had asked, and then we can give the rest.
Thank you, Brother Lucas Mongeri. I wish to ask the presenter by the name John Joseph, who presented on governance, democracy, elections, and reference to post-election violence, particularly in Kenya. My question is, in his presentation, he mentioned that there are moments even where we have good governance, and times also poor governance. On either case, there are moments whereby we have electoral violence and conflict. Why should we have electoral violence and conflict where we have good governance? Because we could have expected that chaos and the conflict should only arise when there is a poor governance. What is lacking and what needs to be done? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had a question for Alfred about censorship. I wonder what you would say about it with regard to this cyberbullying, misinformation, and the rest. Can it help, and is it a good thing? Thank you. I want to ask all the presenters to please come up so that it's easier to respond one by one, but that Norman will start. Please be brief as possible, consolidate the response as much as possible to save on time. So Norman, please respond.
Okay, thank you very much. There are two questions. The first one, do you think Western democracy is conflict? Go on.
It's a problem.
Okay, can I go on?
Go on, please.
Hello?
Yes, go on.
Dynamic, it keeps on changing, adapting and adopting. So yes, Ubuntu really, it actually works, because in Africa, when you're talking about Ubuntu, we are not talking about something that is in the past. We are talking about something that we are living with right now, today. You see, if you meet an African, he or she will greet you, that is Ubuntu. He or she will smile at you, that is Ubuntu. So our Ubuntu is still working, but of course, there are some challenges, because it is also competing with the other cultures. So it is up to us as Africans. I think in academic discourses nowadays, there is that talk of decolonization. We need to come to a point where we decolonize, we deem ourselves, because it looks like we have taken everything that is Western and considered it as like the norm. No, Ubuntu is still working today, because we still greet each other. Our elders are being respected, our youth are being respected. So Ubuntu is part of us, it's part of our everyday life. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to briefly respond to the three questions. One was from Ocheng. Did I get your name clearly? Ocheng. Yes. Yours was more like a comment, because you said that misinformation existed before the digital space. And in fact, during my presentation, the two examples I gave, the Hitler propaganda machine and Amin's lies, happened before the digital space that we know. So you were actually concurring with my presentation. So I'll share with you a copy of this paper for your kind perusal. Now, Masereka asked me that where is misinformation and where is it coming from in the event that the government is giving a different account of events, and the facts on the ground in the two countries, Tanzania and Uganda, also give a different account of events in terms of the people that were killed recently in the demonstrations that surrounded the elections. Now, we all know who is giving misinformation, but we cannot say it. But, well, the information, misinformation is inaccurate information. So if the facts on the ground say otherwise, then possibly the other party is not speaking the truth. The other party, which censors the press, because the press, also Dr. Bui asked me this question, should we allow the government to censor the press? Yes, but to an extent that does not lead the population to be duped or to be lied to. The press should be censored to avoid misinformation, but not to further misinformation. Then lastly, Mackenzie asked that, can there be peace in a community filled with false beliefs? And he quoted false beliefs to misinformation. And then he used a very uncomfortable example that the belief in ancestors and asking the mediums was a false belief, a sort of misinformation. I didn't exactly like the example, because the belief in ancestors does not actually equate to misinformation in my understanding and in my presentation. But whereas we want a peaceful society, whereas we want a society that is progressing day by day, we should endeavor also to have a society that is built on accurate information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So on my part, the first question I'll just ask about, does Western model of democracy really worth to African base on Ubuntu? So for me, I can say yes, because first of all, we need to understand the concept of Ubuntu. Remember that the moment when I say that I am because we are, even time of our ancestors, we had our own democracy. It is only Western modern democrats, just they come with a revolutionary one. Remember that in our time for our ancestors, they used to make rules in which those who are elders, they are the one who rule the society. So it means that for them, they not ask all the people to come and vote for the leaders, but only elders, they are able to select, to elect among themselves who is going to be the leader among themselves. So it means that when we talk about Ubuntu, it does not despise or put away a notion of leadership. And another thing is we are supposed to understand the notion of democracy. So, as we know from the explanation of my paper, democracy I define as a system of governance where powers is shared by leaders and citizens. So note down that in democracy, power they're supposed to be shared. It is only misunderstanding of our leaders that's why the moment they become leaders, they forgot about the citizens. But in democracy, power they're supposed to be shared. That's why we say the aim of democracy is not about we won't talk about democracy, not about calendar, just like a calendar or a daily routine. But it is about fostering social responsibility, justice, and trust. So they need to foster these kind of things when we talk about democracy. Then the last one, the citizen, when we talk about the democracy, is not passive, but is not passive subject, but is active participants. But that's why we remember that when we go for election, the citizen, he has all duty and mandate of choosing the leader whom we want. It is only because of the corruption or the weak of electoral commissioner that it's happened that the leader who was chosen is not the party whom is chosen by the majority, but because of the corruption which it is there. Then the second question, which I'm going to clarify shortly, why should we have violence when we have a strong governance? This one I want to show you that's why I said that in that main thesis of mine, in which I explain that weak governance are the source of violence in election and post-election. My aim here on the second part of arguing against is that to show that despite of having a strong governance, but also we need to make some effort to heal historical divisions. Remember that we are not coming from the same villages. We have these things concerned with the tribalism, concerned with the classes among ourselves. So when we have classes, when we have tribalism, it means that even if you have a very strong leader, a very strong governance, but still violence will happen because there is no any party which will allow other party to lead. For example, let's just use the example of Kenya here. If I'm a lawyer and I know that the president who is going to be selected is not a lawyer, so for me, the moment I know that one of the candidates is a lawyer, so I will promote for the lawyer people. So it means that the moment when that our lawyer candidate will not be chosen as the leader, so I will just come up and start some
being wise. There's the question that was answered earlier about power, and Ubuntu, I think, takes care of one of the other questions that somebody asked. If you distort it, it doesn't mean it isn't there. It's there, it's just that you used it, or you did not use it as you should have. The other question of culture, it is not true that people who are in the slums don't have a culture. Unless your definition of culture is different, to have a culture is not necessarily to have a traditional or indigenous culture. It's a way of life. And so in this case, then the question is there anything in their way of life that promotes peace? Can it be digitalized? Maybe in the context of what Timothy was talking about. And there is, like if we talk of indigenous African practices like using music to be able to promote peace, those are good things. What is the equivalent of that to somebody who is in the slum? It will not be the same as the person who has been in a rural community, but they have something that they can use. And so, trying to digitize that could be the way forward, as probably Timothy's paper was trying to present that information. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say something on whatever been asked here. I'm not sure whether I got everything. Regarding the last question of Father Dominic, a question of fearing these digital technologies and all that, and then after formation of conscience, so what next? Especially in the area of practice and what we've seen also in some of our leaders, like Kenya and Tanzania. You see, even when conscience is well formed, it is not an automatic thing that it follows the guidelines that ethical guidelines, for example. Because of what call self-interest motives and all that, we see also some of our leaders who are very well educated and want to think that also they are well formed when they are young and all that. We see them acting contrary. That's very unfortunate. But what I was emphasizing is that a well-formed conscience will be able to be sensitive, especially even using this digital content in a destructive way, for example. Yeah, that's what I can say with that one. Then there is another question about UNESCO's role, and also some of this digital content coming from West. Actually, it does not matter where they are coming from. What is important is the role of, as we receive them, what is our role? Are we able to, even whether we are being influenced by the West, whether we are able now to use our conscience, especially to distinguish that which is harmful to us and to the society, and that which can cause conflict, and again, that will not promote peace. And by the way, even UNESCO itself is Western. UN itself is dominated by United States. So it is not that even what UNESCO says, it's all good news for Africa. And then there's a question about the reference point when we are using this digital content and all that. I would say that the reference point will be our ethical values, our ethical principles, and following the moral principles, do good, avoid evil. That always will be sensitive to that. Whatever I'm consuming and whatever I'm spreading, is it doing good or doing evil? So my reference point is that universal moral principles that guides us, actually, and the question of values. What are my values? If I'm a Christian, what are my Christian values? What is my reference point when I'm making decisions in regard to this digital contents and all that. And then some use it also for economic gain, and also the others for integrity and all that. I would say that even if we are using, or some are using this digital content for economic gain, so again, it depends the choice that I make according to my value. Do I, for example, water down my dignity because of money or because of the economic gain? You see? And many people we have seen people making choices, even hard choices, despite of the gains that come with the choices they would have made. So it is not a question of what I'll gain, but we are all looking at what good does this world do to us. Whether I have money, am I going to use that money forever and ever? Can I say that I have the whole world, and then I get whatever I get the whole world, and then I lose what is valuable to me? That's what I want to say, my dignity and all that. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nyaga, and all the presenters for answering the questions. Now, let's just stretch. Stand up and stretch a bit, because we are on the last lap. We don't want to release you outside because coming back will be a problem. Yeah. So just forgive us only a few minutes so that we go to the last lap of our presentation. We can stand, we can sit. We can now sit. Thank you so much, and thank you, Madam Buya, for taking us through that session. We are going to the last lap of our presentation, and therefore our first presenter is Father Leandro Jose Langa. I think this is a Comboni missionary who is also doing Masters of Philosophy student at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. He's going to present a paper on the role of philosophy in shaping ethical digital policies. Most welcome, Father.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know that we are tired. Now my topic is here that I will be dealing with the role of philosophy in shaping ethics digital policies. As we know that, I don't know if the great Monday has presented slides. Now, in this topic, in the second slide, or that slide, we find here the books and the computer, whereby what is it's invisible, we find also in internet. We will explore how philosophy helps us to understand and guide the rapid change in our world today. So we have talked about the technology, we have talked about digital issues. Now, how philosophy gives us this response. So we are going to deal with it right now. Now, we have seen that we live in a world of globalization whereby everything is changing. You as a philosopher, I as a philosopher, how am I going to respond to this problem we are facing today? One of the great philosophers has joined us in his imperative responsibility. He said that as a philosopher, you have to deal that whatever you do as a technologian, even a philosopher, you must deal in consideration of the nature, in consideration of the future generation. Now, philosophy provides us with the tools necessary to understand this change and interact with the thoughtful thinking, whereby the ancient philosophers, they give us these tools, they give us these necessaries to shape the ideas and the beliefs that govern the society. Today, we need these intellectual minds, great philosophers, Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, all those philosophers, they help us to understand which kind of ethics you as a philosopher, you must deal in this era of technology. Now, let us start by looking how philosophy affects our understanding of technology in a world whereby we are in a world of changing. Here, what are the ethics and social implications of technology? We find here this picture, each picture here, it's frozen in that slide. It represents you as a philosopher. When you find here, they say this slide is the fourth slide, whereby let us understand, look at how philosophy affects our understanding and technology in the world today. We find technologians, we find philosophers, we find psychologists, we find different people, the main phase is the digital age. Now, how philosophy is going to respond in this era? Philosophy helps us to explore these questions, to analyze the relationship between human and nature, between our understanding and the value of a human being. Those impacts, it helps us to understand it all. The role of philosophy is not limited by technology alone. It extended to understand the environmental and social change. Here, we find in different societies, there are different challenges. Right now, in 2 weeks' time, in Mozambique, we are facing the flood. Now, you as a philosopher, how am I going, me as a philosopher from Mozambique, how am I going to help those people? One of the greatest Africanists, Joshua, he said, you as a student, when you go for university, first of all, you have to identify the problem of your village. When you identify the problem of your village, you go to university and you study the same problem. When you go back, you resolve the problem. Now, you as a philosopher now, how are you going to resolve the problem of Kenya? How are you going to solve the problem of your country? This is a role of a philosopher. Now, the environmental philosophy provides us with the tools to understand the relationship between human and nature. How can we balance progress we perceive environmental and social challenges, social and political issues we are facing in our world today? Philosophy helps us to promote justice, equality, by analyzing philosophical theories about justice, freedom, and equality. Now, we can develop a deeper understanding to social and political issues we are facing especially East Africa. All the countries, all those 5 years, they have elections. Now, the election we have in East Africa, all the countries, they have their own problems. They are switch off the internet, they are switch off all those things. Those are the political problems of philosophy. How you as a philosopher, how am I going to apply this philosophy in my culture? So a philosopher is not just a theory, it's not a concept where to decide what is the essence of the things, what is the reality, but now, how am I going to practice what am learning? Now, we see how philosophy guides us. There is a hat there with the question mark. This hat, it gives us that here we have those problems. We have classical ethical theories whereby you find virtuous ethics of Aristotle, eudaimonia, living, flourishing, well-being, to represent the society. Now, we come on the ontology of ethics, where we can find Kant. Here I focus on the rules of the duties to respect the human being. How am I going to respect as a philosopher, a human being? We find here two philosophers, Bentham and Stuart Mill, utilitarianism. Their focus is to bring happiness to the people, to bring pleasure, bring benefits to the people. Am I going to bring those rules? Now, the question becomes, how does philosophy influence AI ethics today? Imagine you build a robot, takes decision for you, and then you tell the robot to decide for you what is good and what's right. How am I going to give ideas and rule to think about artificial intelligence? Those robots are there to give you and understand what is necessary as you as a philosopher. Now, as I conclude, through philosophy we are able to explore concepts like meaning of life, knowledge, morality, reality, to clarify the nature, functioning in the values normative ethics in general. The role of philosophy is in political or ethical digital policies is to provide the foundation framework, language, and the critical reflection needed in addressing moral dilemmas. So you as a philosopher, we are in the world of globalization. As Jonas, he said, when you do philosophy, you mind the people we are going on, the new generation. When you do philosophy, you mind the nature we are living in. So digital life, technology, it helps us to understand how am I going to fulfill my life during the new generation, and how am I going to help the new generation to fulfill and make what is necessary. So as a philosopher, it's not only concepts, it's not only theories to bring to people, ask the reality, but application of your philosophy. May God bless you.
Thank you for being on point. Thank you so much, Father. We are going to the next presenter, and that is Mauti Alphonse Mbati, who is our third-year philosophy student in Tangaza University. His research areas and interests is in African philosophy, peace, and security. And therefore, his title is Indigenous African Wisdom and Peace Building in Digital Learning, a Philosophical Insight. Thank you, brother. Most welcome.
Thank you very much, Doctor. As he has told you, I'm going to deal on the indigenous African wisdom and peace building in digital learning. And as I begin the introduction, I first want to take you back to one period of philosophy, which is called the postmodernism philosophy. In the time of the emergence of the postmodernism philosophy, one of the questions that the philosophers were asking, owing to all the philosophical discourses that were in place during the modernism period, and all the intellectual discourses that came, and everything that came, the inventions, why did we have the World War II? Why did we have diseases? Why did we have people killing each other? And yet we had an intellectual period of people. This is the same question I'm going to ask today as I talk about the digital divide that has happened due to the emergence of the digital culture in our learning, which is going to be brought together by introduction of the African indigenous wisdom. Now, as others have said before, peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but a positive condition of harmonious coexistence, which is grounded in right relationships. And therefore, in the African context, understanding of peace is deeply in indigenous moral and educational systems, whereby education was never purely about knowledge transmission, but it was inseparable from moral formation, communal responsibility, and the cultivation of social harmony. So as you can see that picture there, there's a picture that you can see on the screen. You will see that that's what I am referring to as a digital divide. You will see that all of us are in the digital culture, but we are not sharing the goods of the digital culture. Some are well endowed, others are not well endowed, and yet we call ourselves a global village. I believe that a village is a place that could be able to supply equal things to the participants. But however, our digital culture is promoting this division, which we are going to bring together using the indigenous wisdom. Now, some definitions that we need to understand here. Indigenous African wisdom, from the word indigenous, you can see the root of the word indigenous from the Latin. It talks about that knowledge or that wisdom which sprouts up naturally from the people in a particular place. Now, the indigenous African wisdom refers to the cumulative moral, epistemic, and social insights developed through African lived experience, oral traditions, and communal practices. And then on peace building, we also talk about the sustained cultivation of just relationships, moral responsibility, and social trust. So in the African context, this one is especially more on restorative rather than punitive, aiming to repair relationships and restore communal balance. And the digital learning is an educational process mediated by the digital technologies as algorithms and platforms. So therefore, in most cases, they are never neutral instruments, but they are value-laden environments that actively shape patterns of interaction, authority, identity, and moral behavior. So I want to give some principles that guide the African indigenous wisdom. The first one is the communal personhood, of which most of us have said about Ubuntu, which says that a person becomes fully human through relationships with others. Therefore, this personhood is not merely biological. In the Ubuntu philosophy, I am not your brother because we share a mother. I am a brother because we share that communal aspect of being originating from the same African origin. And then, so this particular tenet discourages violence, exclusion, and hatred because they threaten communal harmony. In the second part, I will also talk about from my community. I come from the Kisi community. One of the things that we really do not discourage is conflict, because a conflict within a community is normally treated as a wound. And therefore, this wound cannot be left untreated. It has to be healed so that the community can thrive. The second one is dialogue and consensus seeking. This is especially drawn from the discourses of Kwasi Wiredu. It talks about where disagreements are resolved through patient dialogue aimed at consensus rather than domination. So this one helps in reducing autonomy of wisdom, that wisdom does not belong to anyone. Rather, it is owned by the whole community. Then also an example you can see from the Akan and the Igbo communities, they normally had long deliberations when there was a misunderstanding until they reach a consensus. Then we have sacredness of speech and truthfulness, whereby words are morally powerful and must be used responsibly. Speech is not neutral. It creates or destroys social reality. Therefore, truth speech sustains peace, while falsehood threatens communal life. So this one discourages lies, insults, and inflammatory language that provoke conflict. The tongue has no bones, but can break the heart. A common African proverb that discourages people against misusing the tongue. The number 4, we have restorative justice and reconciliation. In the African context, justice is aimed at healing relationships and not punishing the offenders. Because even after the person has been punished, they also look for a way to reintegrate the person back to the community so that the person again continues to maintain the communal fabric. Then the 5th one, we have also the moral education through storytelling and example. Our values are taught through stories, proverbs, and lived experiences, rather than abstract rules. So moral knowledge is practical wisdom formed through narrative and imitation. Therefore, peace is learned, not imposed. You can also see, for those of us who might be conversant with the Rwanda, we have what we call the Gashasha, something like that, codes in Rwanda. Yeah, these ones, after the 1994 genocide, this was one of the approaches that was used to bring about reintegration of the community. Now, having entered the digital culture, there have been gaps that have been created, which have led to the two divides of the two people. So, as I was reflecting, I realized that these days we don't talk about ethnicities in our communities. It is now an online, which we call technological ethnicity, whereby the people are divided in terms of how far they are in terms of technology. Those who are sophisticated, they work together. Those who are middle, they work together. Those who are not, they are also left in their level. So these are the gaps that have been provided. The first one is the moral formation gap. There is no inclusion of morality on our digital environments, whereby you'll find a lot of misinformation, as it was said here. We have hate speech, and also we have whereby learners are no longer integrated morally as they engage in the online work. Instead, we only want results-oriented online culture. Then there's a relational gap whereby people no longer relate as humans. They relate internally. There is one, I think Dr. Mundua said about online meetings. You not know the reaction of a person. The person can just put on the camera and is just relaxing, doing his own things, only waiting for you to say, let us now pray and finish the meeting. So that one brings another bigger problem. Then dialogue gap. People rarely converse. It's very common to find a family of around 5 people in a house. A television is on. And they are also on their phones. Nobody talks to the other person. They only talk when they need money to go and do something. So this online culture, this digital culture, has provided a space where there is no dialogue, which leads to the breaking of the bonds between the individuals. And then we have a justice and reconciliation gap. Digital learning spaces typically respond to conflict through punitive actions, such as exclusion or silencing. In the event that I am at loggerheads with one of my brothers, I block the person. We don't reconcile. When I have a problem with another person, I don't go and tell him that you've done this wrong. I put it on a status. And we are here learning, trying to do something. Someone posts something online, which maybe goes against some online policies. They censor you, they block you. And yet maybe you are communicating something that can help a person. So we are no longer reconciling when we have online grievances. And then the last one is cultural and the contextual gap, whereby digital learning models are often detached from learners' social and cultural realities. This alienation can generate frustration, loss of identity and resistance, weakening social cohesion and increasing the likelihood of conflict. People no longer have any touch with their communities or their cultures. This has led to people losing that social cohesion, whereby in the African setup for education, there was that inclusion of the social cohesion. I want to just give a brief thing about Kwasi Wiredu's consensual ethics. Kwasi Wiredu talks about ethics as a moral and political approach grounded in the African tradition of communal deliberation. So he goes on to argue that social and political decisions should emerge from reasoned dialogue aimed at reaching agreement rather than from voting systems that produce winners and losers. So in our digital culture, we no longer have deliberations, we no longer sit down for long hours and talk, unless we have a forum like this one. People will only do things away from each other, abstractly. And then we ask ourselves, how are we going to relate? How will peace come when this education sector does not promote this form of dialogue? And therefore, to apply the consensus ethics means structuring digital learning spaces around respectful dialogue, moderated discussion forums, and a collaborative problem solving rather than competition and domination. We encourage the learners to listen, justify their views rationally, and seek shared understanding. So there's a critique there where Kwaswired also talks about majoritarian systems. The winner takes it all. If you have the best internet system, you are the one who will access what is online. So if you have a weak digital platform, you lose some of those things which you need. It has not been one or twice when you need a particular article from the internet, and then you are told, you put there maybe Tangaza University, and then they tell you the location of your university does not allow you to access this article, and yet it is what you needed to do in your work. Now, indigenous African wisdom, to seal these gaps, it can do the following. Number one, restoring communal responsibility, whereby we emphasize that individual actions impact the whole community. This means that no being is isolated from community matters, as we have said the dictum of J. Mbiti. Then number two, promoting dialogical ethics, whereby we learn to dialogue. Let's learn to talk away from the digital devices, but we include them in also our studies. Number three is integrating moral formation, so that we bring back the storytelling, integrate the knowledge with ethics and character development. Let us not work on results only. Then we should also uphold human dignity by using the Ubuntu principles. Example, like the Zulu people, they understand that a person is a person through others, which reminds us that learners cannot be reduced to data points. We should provide systems which are human-centered and not result-centered. And then we encourage restorative practices, as one great man here called Odera Oruka says in his book, Sage Philosophy. He highlights that the role of indigenous African thinkers who promote peace through wisdom, communal responsibility, and reason dialogue rather than force. Therefore, these sages demonstrate that sustainable peace emerges from critical reasoning, ethical reflection, and a rational consensus grounded in respect for human dignity. So, to bring this in a practical sense, let us introduce Paleva-inspired forums, and then we bring communal accountability, storytelling for moral imagination, restorative digital justice, and also we introduce what we call digital eldership. So in conclusion, I will say that indigenous African wisdom offers powerful lessons for peace building in digital learning. So when digital platforms are guided by communal ethics, dialogue, and a consensus, they do more than deliver information, and they create spaces where learners take responsibility for each other. If we can combine technology with the African ethical principles, we can humanize digital learning, reduce hostility, strengthen social cohesion, and this way, digital education can become a tool for sustainable peace, helping learners not only gain knowledge, but also grow as responsible, compassionate members of their communities. As I finish, I want you to observe that proverb there. Milk and honey have different colors, but they share the same house peacefully. We can be separated in terms of technology and other things, but we can still share the internet or the cultural goods together. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you. Clap for him. Probably that's another day look in the making. African culture, indigenous knowledge. Now, our next presenter, we are heading towards the end of our program, but you have 2 presentations to be given. Our next presenter actually is called Mr. Julius Mutunga, who holds a master degree in ethics and public management from Makerere University in Uganda, and is currently pursuing PhD at the University of Nairobi with specialization on ethics and political philosophy. He's also a lecturer at Scots Christian University in Machakos, as well as part-time lecturer at Machakos University and Southeastern Kenya University. He has served as a governance office at the Jesuit Center in Ekima. Most welcome, Mutunga.
Yeah, thank you. My presentation is Digital Totalities and the Ethics of Liberation. We want to reimagine competence-based education for peace in Kenya. So let me go straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is implementing educational reforms through the establishment of CBC, that is competence-based education. Now, CBC or CBE is a departure from the previous system, which was a content and exam-laden curriculum. Now, what we are seeing in this implementation is that digitalization is the governing rationality of CBE. Now, we are seeing digital literacy as the cardinal competence. Also, we see assessment being done digitally, and accountability is also enforced digitally. Now, but there's a reality which we are seeing also on the ground. On the ground, there's a different reality. There is unequal access to digital resources. People are not affording the same. Parents, learners are not affording, are not capable the same. Now, digital CBE risks reproducing digital totality. Digital totality here is a kind of hegemony, institutional hegemony, in which learners are legitimate insofar as they are locatable digitally. And then those who cannot be located go to the exterior. They are in the digital exteriority. So my presentation is going to inquire into that. This digital totality and digital exteriority, and what are the implications. My research or presentation is trying to answer these 3 questions. 1, how does digital CBE produce structural exclusion of learners? 2, what ethical and epistemic implications arise from this exclusion? And last, how can CBE be reimagined to promote justice and peace? To answer these research questions, we are guided by this liberation ethics framework. Specifically, the framework of ethics of liberation argued for by Enrique Dussel, a philosopher from Argentina. Enrique Dussel arrives at this ethics of liberation in analyzing how post-colonial capitalism works. How does it work? For Enrique Dussel, the goal of post-colonial capitalism is hegemonic accumulation. Now, see here, accumulation belongs to capitalism, while hegemony belongs to colonial and post-colonial. So both combined is hegemonic accumulation. Then, so in this case, post-colonial capitalism does not only expropriate workers by exploiting them, but it finds populations which can be disposed of. Yeah. So such populations are excluded from the system. Because if you include them in the system, you have to expense for them. So there is a way, if accumulation through exploiting workers is not enough, post-colonial capitalism looks for other populations to exclude. Now, and consequently, this is what arises: ontological hierarchy. On one side there is totality, and the other side is exteriority. Totality is a dominant system in which existence and legitimacy is found just there. Outside, there is no existence. Those who exist outside are not regarded. So in totality, there are workers, and then there are those who there are workers and the ruling elite. While exteriority are those populations which are excluded. Now, so ethics of liberation, especially the one argued for by Enrique Dussel, says we must be ethical, we must do analytical critique. Let us begin from those who are excluded by the totality. Now, okay, my methodology is this. I'm using critical hermeneutics. Here, my critical hermeneutics begins with suspicion. Looking at those documents, policy documents which constitute CBE, and look at them as representing a certain population and not others. I think hermeneutical suspicion is something that has been explained with comprehension by Paul Ricoeur, the French philosopher. And then there is analytical critique after suspicion, trying to foreground ethics in CBE from those who are excluded by the system. Now, to do that, I get sources. In other words, the policy documents I look at basic education, curriculum framework. Another one is a competence-based assessment framework. The other one is a ICT, policy on education and training. And then there are TPD guidelines, teachers' professional development guidelines. What do they say, and how do they represent exclusion? So the first part they do is the policy architecture. What does the policy architecture do to exclude learners? As I said, I introduced the concept of digital totality, and we are seeing that in those documents. So there is legitimization of digitalized learning. Digitalized learning, when you look at those documents, it appeals to modernity and a global connection. Those who are not digital in learning, they are not modern, they are not civilized, and they are not connected. So you see, that is a kind of exclusion. Now, universalism and digital exteriority. So, digital administratively also is a burden, is a double burden. Marginalization. Look, think of marginalized areas, yeah, where digital CPE imposes new costs on already marginalized people. It's a poverty line in Kenya, produced by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Poverty line for rural area is 145, in the urban area is 267. Okay, I don't have much time to explain here, but the point is, you find some families actually have lower income than the digital costs, digital educational costs in Kenya. That's the point. Now, another area where there is exclusion is professional devaluation. Teachers devote a lot of time in accidental educational tasks rather than educational substance. Because of digital presence, teachers have to fill documents digitally. TPAD, all those, and because of that, they devote more time in educational accidents, but not in educational substance. Then digital gaps among teachers and the parents. Exclusion, this exclusion actually is dehumanizing, and I see how it does. There is ontological negation. So this is the normative and the structural denial of learners being their existence. I think this point that was has also been talked about by Paulo Freire in Education for the Oppressed. There is also ethical violence. Misrecognition of learners, moral agents, especially those who are not digitally present. And also, there is moral alienation of teachers. How are they alienated, teachers? Look, they have to work for this digital totality. Yet they are on the ground. They can see the situation of learners. You see? They are morally alienated. They don't know to be with students, learners, or to be with the totality system. You see, look at that picture there, that image there. Look at that teacher. Yeah? He's looking at using an old computer, maybe the one he used to use during his campus days, because the government does not provide digital materials for teachers, so some you have to acquire. Look at his mind. He's also thinking of all those CBC documents to be filled. Yet, even here, there's no electricity, maybe using an old battery. Such a teacher, how do we describe such a teacher? Morally alienated and ontologically negated. Epistemic violence of CBE, digital CBE. Yeah. Then all that resort to peace not being there. Peace not being there. Now, how do we reimagine? How do we reimagine CBE? Yeah. What we are calling analytical moment, not analytical moment, as I saw in the abstract. Analytical moment is a term used by Enrique to say where we should start if we have to be ethical. This means starting from those who are marginalized. Start from listening to the voices of those who are marginalized, learners and the parents. And this involves dignity and recognition, solidarity, and what I'm calling ethical inclusion. Ethical inclusion of all learners. There are practical implications here. Yeah, maybe I may not have much time. Let's just mention them. Hybrid inclusion, ethical resource allocation, and teachers recalculation. So, training teachers in hybrid community system, and then justice-oriented assessment, then public good education. All these, especially the last two, are very critical of this post-colonial capitalism. So even the first point should be, how do we do with post-colonial capitalism? Market orientation and exclusion. How do we eliminate that? In conclusion, yes, you've seen what post-colonial capitalism does, yeah? And then analytical ethics is the one that can restore legitimacy of education in Kenya. I've heard of Ubuntu, of course. Many presenters here have talked of Ubuntu. But, you know, Ubuntu being philosophy actually founded in traditional practices. Now we are in different realities. You see, post-colonialism, colonialism created complicated constitutive grounds for us. And I ask myself, is Ubuntu adequate to deal with these post-colonial complications? And through that, that's why I support and repeat to say analytical ethics, where you begin from the ground, those who are suffering, however they are. Asante sana. Asante sana. In conclusion, analytical ethics, not Ubuntu. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Clapper. Yeah, thank you so much. And we also have to appreciate the next presenter. And the next presenter is Simon Ledai. So Simon is a third-year philosophy student, and he has a passion and interest in research in matters peace, justice, human rights, women's rights, empowerment, Ubuntu feminism, and human dignity. He's a youth peace ambassador trained under the United Nations mission in Southern Sudan, and as public information, and has been awarded a winner of Tangaza University for outstanding performance on academic excellence for the year 2023-2024. And this paper is entitled Combating Gender Injustices in Digital Spaces in Africa, an Ubuntu Feminist Approach. Welcome, brother.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Ochieng. This morning, I observed something, that the men were so many in this hall, but now there are very few. But the women were very few in the morning, and they are still few. And this tells me that there is a consistency in how women do their things. And that's why I decided to be presenting on combating gender injustice in digital spaces in Africa using Ubuntu feminism. It might seem strange when you hear about Ubuntu feminism. However, I am going to elaborate more about this. It's going to be a new school of thought within African philosophy. Now, the rapid expansion of digital spaces in Africa has transformed education, social interaction, economic, communal, and political participation. And this has been widely appreciated, and we thank the world for this. But then there is a growing problem. And what is the problem? Gender injustice in digital spaces. As much as we appreciate these advancements in technology, we also realize that these digital spaces have become places of cyber harassment, places of digital misogyny, places where women are excluded, and places where there is silencing of women's voices. And this raises several questions. Can peace in the offline or real setting justify the gender injustice in the digital world? For example, as we are here having this discourse, many of you are on your social media accounts, on your Facebooks, on your Twitter, and many other things. Many people have already left, yet we have a very important discourse here. So the question is, can really peace that we have, the harmony that we have here, can it justify the wars that we can have online? And then the other question that it raises is that, how can education for peace in the digital world be a tool to combat such gender injustice? And what value and moral system can relevantly inform gender injustice in digital spaces? Now, I believe that addressing gender injustice in digital spaces, especially in Africa, requires an ethically an approach which is ethically grounded in the African value system, and that is none other than Ubuntu feminism. In the first place, let us define what is gender injustice. Gender injustice, in a general sense, is defined as the systemic, structural, institutionalized, and equal treatment of individuals based on their gender. But then, when you come to gender injustice in the digital world, we now contextualize gender injustice to mean an equal, discriminatory, harmful treatment of persons in digital platforms on the ground of their gender. And this gender injustice in the digital spaces always affects women and girls. Now, what are the forms of gender injustice in the digital spaces? There are so many of them, as I mentioned from the beginning. One of which is cyber harassment, web digital misogyny, online exclusion, and silencing of women's voices, among many others. Cyber harassment refers to repeated or severe online behaviors intended to intimidate, threaten, humiliate, or harm individuals, disproportionately targeting women and girls. While digital misogyny refers to the expression and circulation of sexist narratives, hatred, stereotypes, and discriminatory narratives against women through digital platforms. On the other hand, online exclusion refers to the systematic barriers that prevent women and girls from accessing, using, and benefiting from digital technologies. As I'm talking now, my mother, Sabina, does not even know what Facebook is. She's there in the village, she cannot access any training online, she cannot benefit from anything online in the digital spaces. I'm quite sure some of your parents are also like that. For those whose parents are able to access, congratulations for you. But the biggest question here is, why are women always excluded from online spaces? Today, if you have a wife, will you allow her to be using Facebook? Will you allow her to be using Twitter? Will you allow her to interact online? Many men deny their women access to digital tools because they believe that they will be corrupted, because they believe these women will be taken over by some wrong things. And don't forget, another form of gender injustice in the digital world is pornography and sadomasochism. Many men and many other people, they like to watch these pornographic images, they like to simulate pornographic images, and when you check in the social media, in the internet and everywhere, it's always what? Women. You will not find naked men regularly in the internet. It's only women. Why? That is digital misogyny, because they want to make sure they change the image of women. Recently, in Kenya's digital space, you realize there was a lady whose boyfriend leaked a very a sexually inappropriate video to the social media. And there was a lot of war online. And the question is, here we are happy, but in online there is a lot of aggression. Can Ubuntu feminism be able to respond to this? And the answer there is yes. In respect to the silencing of women's voices, there are two very critical examples here. In the recent elections in Tanzania and also in Uganda, you realize like the wife of Bobby Wine, there's a photo right now if you check in the media, the wife of Bobby Wine was tortured by the soldiers or those armed men who entered to his house, and it's circulating online, and that harms the dignity of women. The example of Kimambi, a Tanzanian activist, and the example of Maria, a Tanzanian activist, who are tortured, is one of those examples which tells you gender injustice in the digital space is not an illusion, it is a reality. Okay, it's a reality, so what do? Ubuntu feminism now responds to this.
Dr. Mundua, who said that Ubuntu is irreconcilable with digital culture. But I disagree with that, because Ubuntu feminism is now a new school of thought that tries to practicalize Ubuntu philosophy. What is Ubuntu feminism? Ubuntu feminism is a strand of African feminist thought that grounds the struggle for gender justice in the African philosophical concept of Ubuntu, distinct from the Western feminine thought. How is it distinct from the Western feminine thought? Well, Ubuntu feminism emphasizes a shared humanity, emphasizes that the Ubuntu ethics should be translated to be and used to advocate for the rights of women. And that's why you see in South Africa, we have the Kayamanda Women's Center, which acts as a place for uplifting women such that whatever injustice they go through, they have to be reintegrated into the community using the Ubuntu values. So in that case, Ubuntu philosophy becomes the theory and Ubuntu feminism becomes the practice, which also bridges and helps to strengthen the point of the keynote speaker here, who was saying that theory without practice is empty, and practice without theory is blind. So in that case, with Ubuntu feminism, Ubuntu philosophy will not be blind. Instead, it will at least be able to have some practical aspect. And then the other part of the presentation, just to sum up, apart from Ubuntu feminism, education for peace can also be able to respond to this. And what is education for peace? We say this is the integration of character-based materials which promotes peace building and coexistence into the curriculum in order to produce ethical, responsible, and morally upright citizens. So in Africa's digital spaces, we have to make sure we translate the Ubuntu ethics, the ethics of Ubuntu feminism, we translate them into the digital space. Whatever policies we have that regulate online interactions, they have to make sure they are not biased. These companies, like Meta, for example, which the other day blocked the account of Kimambi, they have to make sure they have to evaluate these things to make sure there is no bias. Africa should also develop its own systems, its own digital systems, other than relying on Western or other systems, because these digital systems that come from outside, they have their own values. They come with their own cultures. And therefore, if we are able to have that, then this education for peace can be integrated to that. And in that case, it will enable learners across Africa to understand human rights, peace and justice, and human dignity. In summary, I may say that Ubuntu philosophy is the theory and Ubuntu feminism is the practice, because it now uses the Ubuntu ethics, especially this aspect of relational personhood. It applies it into practical life to advocate for gender equality, either in the digital space or in the offline setting. For that case, there cannot be peace in the online setting when there is no peace in the offline setting. Because if we mean really community, if we really mean interrelatedness, then when you harm the dignity of women, you are rupturing the community. You are rupturing the dignity of the community, and it is a false Ubuntu. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much for trying your best to finish within that required time. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have an opportunity to ask questions to our presenters. And if you can raise your hand and then you direct your question very precisely and clearly to the presenters. If possible, let us ask one question only to the presenters, unless you have one for each. So let's raise our hands. Yes, the mic, please, the microphone. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to direct my question to the last speaker. I want him to try to help and explain that can this digitalization, all the digital platforms that have come up that show the conflicts that go on, these conflicts can be publicly shown everywhere. But as in the international law has a limit how like another country can interfere into the space of another country. For example, the circulating video of Babi Kyagulanyi, it is disturbing so many people, but it was posted by the CDF of Uganda, but another country does not have any power, according to the international law, maybe to intervene. So do you think the digital world that has come, is it of any importance in fighting conflict in the world?
Thank you. There is Father Dominic there. His hand was up. Yes, then we have another one at the back, two actually. All right.
Two questions, one to Mutunga and another one to Salvatore, which are really not questions as such, but for me they are points of concern. For Mutunga, I was hit by your punchline as you left the stage. When you said that we should forget about Ubuntu and focus on analytical, what was the term? Something. Ethics. Analytical ethic or something like that. And I'm really worried, by doing that, are we not abandoning our identity? I mean, it's like telling me stop being Mutuku and embrace a Smith or something like that. That's worrisome for our own identity as people of Ubuntu. The other concern to Salvatore, first of all, I love your charisma in your presentation. Congratulations. But I'm also worried that you're also contributing to a growing problem these days, the problem of women emancipation at the expense of men. I think these days there is a growing concern, there is a lot of empowerment for women, a lot of protection for the girl child, but who is talking about the boy child and who is going after men protection? Of course, your presentation was mostly, it had these, sexual exploitation and stuff like that, but also for you to learn that actually nowadays there are many men who are facing sexual harassment and stuff like that. And I'm afraid I was Caroline Mbuya, please excuse me for this, but I think some balance is needed somewhere. Thank you.
Yes, as the microphone goes, I teach gender philosophy, and at CLM, I teach gender and leadership. There is a debate, I agree with you, and one of the documentaries I use comes from India in my class that is talking about, it's titled Men, the Forgotten Gender. And so it's there, but I think it's also good we will hear the response of the presenter to try and harmonize, but there has been an injustice. For that, I will agree with him to a great extent. There has been an injustice on the part of how women have, been treated. Thank you. Next.
Okay, good evening. I'm Yusuf, a philosophy student. So I have one question for Brother Simon Lodai there, which is not far from what Father Dominic has said. How can we resolve the issue of unequal treatment of women without creating another problem? Like, for example, you have given an example of Mange Kimambi. That account was blocked by the petitioning of the Tanzanian government, which is led by a woman, and it was not because of her contents, but it was because of her activism of promoting maandamano of election day. So it was not blocked because of, there is nothing like sexual harassment, but it was about protecting the presidents of Samia. So how do you resolve the question of unequal treatment without creating another problem in the future?
Thank you. Next, Father Mungeri, I think.
Thank you very much, Brother Lucas Mungeri, or Father Lucas Mungeri. I'm a Capuchin. I want to ask a question and also make a comment on the general evaluation of our presentations. My question is, can digital space or digital knowledge or AI, artificial intelligence, replace the work of human beings? Then my general comment in all the presentations, I come to a conclusion and realization that digital space or digital knowledge can only be complementary. it can never replace the work of human beings. Because even what is fed in that computer on the digital space is the work of human beings. So as much as we emphasize technology, AI, and all that, it can never replace the the work of the human beings. In connection with the Ubuntu, I realized that the digital space can only give us knowledge and empower us with the theory. But practically in Ubuntu, for instance, the Ubuntu philosophy, because it emphasizes humanness, which is accompanied with interdependency, accompanied also with empathy and such feelings. The digital space and AI has no empathy, has no feelings, has no... Somehow, yes, we can relate on digital space by communicating like WhatsApp and Facebook, but that interconnectedness is no bond which is built very much based on technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have this one.
Good evening to you all. I have each question for two presenters, the last two presenters. First one to Mutunga. I was very much touched by the digital totalities, which I think was a punchline when we consider competence-based education. And in any research you presented well, you mentioned the disadvantages and also the solutions going forward. So my question to you is just very simple. You have related them here very well. Is it tenable? The solutions that you presented, well presented, are they realizable? First question. Then I go to Simon. Congratulations, Simon. Good presentation and well clarified. You are talking about Ubuntu feminism, and you elaborated well, and I will also share with my friend Father Dominic that as much as we talk about feminism, what about the male child? And my question to you is, now that you are talking about Ubuntu feminism, and you know we are in Africa, isn't it? Is it also achievable? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I am doing a big research on Ubuntu feminism. I don't want to respond. I will give the researcher who has been on the floor, but it's itchy. I know it's normally a little itchy, but thank you. So I want to call upon the presenters to please respond in a brief way as you are able to.
Excuse if you can receive one question from...
Oh, there is one more.
Yes,
okay.
please.
Actually, mine is with regards to questioning statistics, and most especially on matters to do with the sexuality, things of pornography and stuff. In as much as we might be then told to men for consuming these things, pornography and stuff, we have to understand that you cannot pierce yourself and again complain that you are being hurt, because 90% of this sexual content are posted by women themselves, either through their accounts, either through like this OnlyFans account, or maybe for media admonitions and all that stuff. So is it right for someone to hurt themselves and then blame others? It's like literally being a wink of a kind. Maybe you can give us clarity on that.
Thank you. So let's have... Yeah. Brief, please.
Yes, Father Dominic. I think Ubuntu is not just to be pushed away. Actually, what I'm suggesting includes many elements of Ubuntu. Now, Ubuntu, as I said, is based on traditional African moral practices, which are very good, but very good and adequate for small communities. Actually, I think a research, I don't know, it's Tangaza here, shows that, okay, Ubuntu by itself alone can produce nepotism and tribalism. Yeah. Now, anyway, but also, look at our realities today, post-colonial realities of colonialism, which destroyed actually even our moral imagination. Yeah. What do we do in such situations, even where we neglect ourselves? What should ethics do? Should we not start? I'm suggesting we start what I'm calling analytical ethics from this exclusion, from this disfigured moral imagination. Let us, because that shows, it's a kind of healing before we go to others. But analytical ethics, as I'm saying, includes even inclusion, which is also a part of Ubuntu. Dr. Eric, are the solutions tenable? Very tenable, and I want to be brief. They are tenable because they are about inclusion. Dignity, we will talk about dignity. Preferential option for the poor, that's a part of the social teaching of the Catholic Church. Thank you.
You want to? Who? Okay, in relation, okay, fine. Go ahead. Okay, briefly.
Okay, thank you so much. I love your questions. It shows you have been attentive to my presentation. The first one was asking about, was centered about the wife of Bobi Wine. Okay, and somebody was asking if the digital world is still of any importance, given the fact that no country can intervene in that case directly. For me, I said the digital world still holds relevance. If we apply this ethics of Ubuntu feminism into our digital systems, like if Meta would, for instance, put policies that would make sure any content that goes against the dignity of any person should not be published. And then this kind of accounts posting things like that can be restricted. And that way, we can protect the dignity of women. So though no country can interfere directly, we also have regional organizations like African Union. What is their use? What role are they playing? Otherwise they are very useless if they cannot intervene and ensure that member countries are in peace and harmony and the dignity of every person is respected. The next person was my professor here, Father Mutoku, and he was asking about women and masturbation. What about the men who face, your question was centered, okay, you start with women and masturbation, and you brought... Sorry. 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 Okay, women emancipation. Okay. Thank you so much. It's okay. Women emancipation. Okay. Now, I'm going direct. Of course, I understand there are men and there are boys who also undergo what? They are also discriminated. The empowerment of women, many people see it as sometimes also trying to degrade the men. But for me, Ubuntu feminism offers a better perspective, because for Ubuntu feminism instead of focusing only on uplifting women, Ubuntu feminism looks for a harmonious and a harmonious society where this shared humanity, this relation of personhood we are talking about, it is ensured for both sexes, either men or women. So it will not neglect the other. And then my brother Yusuf asked that how can we ensure an equal treatment of women without creating another problem. He centered his question on the issue, the Tanzanian activists, given that they were harassed maybe because of political issues, because they were activists or whatever. But then the question is, does the government have right to harass anybody? And then looking at the case of Maria, who was captured actually here in Kenya by some people, and you see when you go to BBC News, she narrates how she was, she was captured, she was tortured, she was taken to a place nobody knows, and they were demanding access to her to her social media account. What do they want to do with it? What do you want to do with the social media account of this lady? So yes, it may be that one, but then you have to handle everything according to law. You don't handle things behind the scenes. Instead, you handle according to law. And then my Reverend Dr. Eric also asked about whether Ubuntu feminism is achievable. Ubuntu feminism is not just achievable, but is already on the ground working. I mentioned about the Kayamanda Women Center in South Africa. Even in South Sudan, we have a lot of women centers, because in South Sudan, where I come from, there have been a lot of marginalization of women. There are women who are out of the digital space. But these spaces act as places where women can come together. They get empowered. These women, they get advices, not to refuse men, not advices to say men are bad and always. No. Advices on how they can be able to coexist together with the men. Because whether you like it or not, as a woman, at the end of the day, you need a man to have children, unless you are a reverend sister. So Ubuntu feminism is actually achievable and is already working on the ground. And finally, my brother Ocheng asked how you can harm yourself, or maybe after posting things like that. For me, I said, you know, let me say maybe 70% of these pornographic pornographic materials in the media are posted by men. If there are women who post these things, they do so because men like it and they want to make content so that they get money in order to be able to to survive. Like the recent one in Kenya, it was the boyfriend who put this thing in the media, not the lady herself who put it in the media. So because they study in business, you study the need of the customer. So I have to allow myself just to go that way because I have no option. So the better way is to do one is to empower women such that they can have very good means of sustaining themselves. I hope I've answered. If not, you can meet me outside. I clarify for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You wanted to add something? Okay. To respond, time, briefly. Okay.
Mine was just a contribution on the two presenters, those who are presented on Ubuntu. And since it is conclusion remarks on both of them, and I think my brother has mentioned on it, is any civilization can never happen outside anyone's culture. If we want to transform Africa from any point of view, we must grow from our culture, and our culture is Ubuntu. All the societies are built on moral philosophies, and those moral philosophies are the ones which take time to evolve and come up with something. So as long as we live, if we want to live our culture, if we want to live our philosophy, to grow outside of it, we will just be living in lies. So that was my contribution.
I think Father Mungeri's was a comment, not a question as such. Yes. So yes, it was a comment, unless you really have to clarify something. Okay, thank you very much. So let's give a round of applause to all our presenters this afternoon, please, even as we proceed to the next section of this particular symposium. So I want to welcome Dr. Etriga Munguchi to continue.
Thank you very much. It is often said that it is easier to have a 1 week non-stop disco dance than to have 6-hour philosophy conference. And you can witness from here. Fellow symposians, being thankful for such a wonderful day is itself a philosophical gesture. This is because to give you thanks is to acknowledge that thought is never solitary, that knowledge arises through encounter, critique, and shared vulnerability. We thank our speakers, participants, and all stakeholders for this wonderful day, for reminding us that philosophy remains a communal pursuit of truth. I want to thank you in general, all the stakeholders, participants, since morning up to this hour. In a very particular way, Mine, on behalf of the steering committee, Tangaza Institute of Philosophy, goes to our institutional partners of Tangaza University that has been represented this morning by Vice Chancellor, cum Rector, Reverend Professor Patrick Mwanya, DVC, Academics, Research, and the students, Dr. Daniel Gitonga, and in absentia this morning by Dean, School of Theology, Reverend Dr. Nicholas Obiero. We thank all of them right now presently in absentia. Again, in a very particular way, on behalf of the steering committee, I want to extend our thanks to the keynote speaker, Reverend Dr. Patrick Divine, right now in absentia, founder and the chairman, Shalom Center for Conflict Resolution and Reconciliation. Particular thanks still goes to speakers of the day, wonderful, both physically and digitally present, for taking their prime time and the energy to research and share their thoughts with us. It's not easy to present a thought well researched the way they have done. Thank you all, and especially those present with us. I cannot manage now to mention you all by names. And also those who have been with us online from Italy, from Nigeria, due to some technicalities, 2 people, we didn't hear from them, but they followed us, from Zimbabwe, and from South Africa too. Again, our particular thanks goes to institutions that have been with us, our neighboring institutions. Of course, I have to begin with this institution of Tangaza, the students who have been present with us, and most of whom, a good number of whom are still around. Catholic University of Eastern Africa, we have had quite a good number of speakers from there, and also those who have attended here without having had the chance to be speakers. From Apostles of Jesus Institute of Philosophy, from Contemplative Evangelizers, from Utume, Consolata, and all that I mean to manage to mention. And I will not ask now this time around to show yourselves by standing up or putting up your hands. Thank you very much. Again, in a very particular way, I want to thank the team of Capuchin TV, the crew that is present with us here. Thanks so much for always being there whenever we extend our invitation to you, even if it is very late, like the way it has happened. This time around, you're always here. Not always here, but even the first, you come to wait for the rest of us to come. Thank you very much. Convey our regards to the rest of your team that is not here. Then, please allow me, I don't have any other better adjective to convey this to the organizers, termed the Symposium Committee. Those who are present, may you just come forward and really let the audience see you. Just kindly come. Yeah, come. Kindly come forward, this Symposium Committee. Here before you is the committee. The one is there, I'm saying before you. I hope he's also before you. Those this side can see. And please allow me to convey a very special regard to this team. This team has always done a wonderful work year in, year out, but in a very, very special way this year. A lot goes on behind. After some of us were almost pessimistic that this day will not have been a success. But due to the commitment of these people, this team in front of you, I want to mention them one by one. Next here, on my left here, is Dr. Ochieng Ojwang. He's the committee chair for abstracts. This gentleman here with the, yeah. Immediately on my right here is Dr. Dennis Odinga, Chair Finance Committee. Next here, the only Madam present for now is Caroline Buya, Dr. Caroline Buya. Actually, in many institutions, they call her philosopher queen. Specialization in philosophy, as you see her here. She has been the MC of ceremonies. That maybe now mistress. I don't know, master of ceremonies. I don't know what will be the opposite now. Mistress of ceremonies. Yeah. Then immediately to him is Mr. Anastasio Nyaga. He's a PhD student in Kwea, actually. He's almost finishing his program there. But he's also the leader of philosophy with a focus on peace and security, Tangaza University. In this committee, he's the chair publicity, this publications, printing, he's the one responsible, Mr. Nyaga. Then the extreme end there is Dr. Eric Otieno, chair, who has been responsible for visitors and all protocols. He's there. In front of you there is Father Dominic Mutoku, also student, PhD, philosophy in the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. In this committee, he is the chair communications and technical team. The technical team apart from the Capuchin TV is there. And then in absentia, we have John Mundoa, who has been with us, but a few minutes ago he has moved out. He's the chair, organization and conference hall design. And again, finally, in absentia, we have another lady accompanying Dr. Caroline. She is Miss Anne Ndanu, chair secretariat of the committee. This team is the one that really, to a greater extent, has made this day a great success. Applause to you all. Then particular thanks goes to ICT from ISC. They have always been with us, and they have been here. I see gentlemen there and these colleagues, some of them just gone out. Thank you so much. Thank you dearly. And to everybody, once more, I will say finally, in the spirit of Ubuntu philosophical tradition, we give thanks in recognition that I think because we think. This symposium has affirmed that wisdom emerges from shared reflection, grounded in context, dialogue, and responsibility to the community where we live. Thank you all. May God bless you.
Now, just one thing is to remind you that to all the presenters, please, we are giving you only 2 months. So 30th of March, we need your papers, full papers for publication, okay? Then again, I have just to remind those who presented last year, the 4th Tangaza International Philosophy Day Symposium, entitled University Education and Emergent Contemporary Challenges, a Philosophical Outlook. Please, we need urgently your pending papers because the publication is in the process. So thank you so much. I'm not going to give the final prayer. There's a priest here because I don't want to make you laugh. Eh?
Would you come and give the final blessing after prayer?
Let us stand for the final prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Prayer of St. Francis of Assisi, prayer for peace. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O Divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
The Lord be with you.
And with your spirit.
May Almighty God bless you, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Go in peace of Christ and leave the symposium.